Welcome, all you lovely people. This is episode 65 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast that goes by the name of Lookout Sir. That is carrying on from the last episode where, for some reason, rather than saying this is the Lookout Sir 40k podcast, I decided to use the word Warhammer 40,000 before then explaining what the name of the show is. But hopefully, by now, you already are somewhat aware that this show is called Lookout Sir because it'll be in the title. It will have been somewhere within, the content of the descriptions and words that would have, have made you arrive at this point. And hopefully, if you're a new listener, this immediately hasn't turned you off the idea of sticking around with us for a little longer and listening to what we have to say about Warhammer 40,000 and or Warhammer 40,000 related accessories. And by us, or we, I'm of course referring to my good buddy Phil. How's it going, Philip?
Philip. Yes, I am.
The prince, no less. Although, is he a prince or a duke? I never remember what Phil is these days. As in, the husband of the queen.
I think you are right. He is a prince. Yes.
Is he a prince now? They made him a prince.
I thought so. I mean, who knows?
Would that mean he's actually the queen's kid?
I don't think that's how it works.
Oh, okay, I don't know. I mean, that's why I'm curious.
Maybe.
Well, surely, because if you're the son of a queen, you become a prince, don't you?
I think in a very redacted way, yes. I think he is Prince Philip, I'm pretty sure. But I think most of the sons are actually dukes and earls of some kind.
Okay. No, because they're princes
Charles,
as well.
Charles is a prince, I think.
Yeah, but not the other one.
Maybe there are all princes, but they do have other titles as well.
So does that mean that Philip is Harry and Will's brother?
Oh, I don't think a prince is a son's title.
Okay.
You're going off on one.
All right, okay, fair enough. I'm trying to make up for the absence of Joe by getting into the weird, obscure realm of royal titles. I apologise.
The rambles of Prince Joe.
Exactly. How we miss him. But, yeah, so, I mean, Joe's not here this episode because he has ongoing commitments to other things that take priority, unfortunately. As has been a recurring theme throughout the course of 2020. Now is another episode where Joe is unable to attend. Sob and cry, right, Phil?
Yeah, only a little bit.
Only a little bit. We're better off without him, aren't we? We make a better product without Joe here.
Of course we do.
Exactly.
So just don't tell him that.
Well, indeed. I mean, I would if I was able to talk to him. But he's not here, is he? Boo-earns, as they say.
Well, why don't you tell everyone what he is missing out on?
Well, indeed. Why don't I tell everyone what he's missing out on? Well, no, first, Phil, we've got to do the preamble. We've got to see what's going on with you lately. What have you been doing?
I've been... I've been dabbling with my Krieg to a little bit.
To a little bit?
To a little bit. Well, I've been looking a while. We sort of make allusions to it in the episode later on, but I might as well just say it now. I've been looking at how to run Grenadiers as Scions as a viable army strategy, because the Grenadiers will obviously bump to Legends for my Krieg. So yes, I'm fully aware I can play them in match play games with you and friends, but if I want to take them to Warhammer World, which is predominantly where I play with my Warhammer minis, I can't do that. So my option is to run them as Scion. So I was looking at ways of converting some into the Tempestor Primes, who are the HQ choices. So I bought a couple of boxes of the Grenadiers that Forge World still sell. So they sell the Special Weapon Team, which is a Melter and Heavy Stubber. Obviously, the Stubber version doesn't really exist anymore. Scions. The Melter guns I've got plenty of already. And then I also got the Heavy Flamer Team as well, which again doesn't really exist even in Legends. It's not really a thing at all unless you run them as veterans, I believe. You could still is the other option. But either way, I basically bought those. I'm using the base minis like the torsos and legs and heads. That's all one piece. And I'll be doing arm swaps for other stuff. So I've been looking at sourcing through the internet lots of different bits of power fists and arms that I could use for the Rod of Command, for example, which gives them an ability to do the voice of command and issue an extra order.
Why don't you just take the Rod of Command off of the Scion kit?
Well, that would be sensible, but so the problem with that is I could do, but I think the scale is slightly off. Cause,
also, as well, it's weird because actually the rod of command sort of goes under his shoulder, doesn't it? He's not just holding it out like a loofah or something, you know. He's not like holding it aloft like a proud Kriegsman might hold aloft a shovel. He's got it kind of tucked into his torso.
Yeah, I can't quite remember the pose. I think there might be a few different options depending on whether you add on that kind of greatcoat.
Yes, yeah, because you can give him a big old coat, can't you?
Yeah, so I was looking at so I've been basically looking at ways of converting them up to run them, and then I was like, oh my god, I can do a command squad with a banner and a medic and Vox officers and stuff. So I've got a decent amount of grenadiers already painted up, so I'm trying to work out how I can stretch that into a small scion detachment that I can then run alongside my regular Krieg army, which will now just be infantry. And Death Riders and Hades drills and that sort of stuff. And if I want to do tanks, I can either do tanks as Krieg or tanks as their own detachment if I want to go competitive, so to speak. So that's what I've been looking at.
Have you considered any of the models from the Middle Earth range? Because that's a relative scale to Krieg, I would say.
Well, that is true, yeah, because they're a tiny bit smaller. So luckily, one of the rod of commands that I'm going to be using is from an old. It was the then, like, I think it was called like the Rogue Psyker from Forge World that had its arms out and he was sort of slightly floating up, and he had these two banner poles in sticking out the back.
Yes.
Now a Necromunda special character who's also again a Psyker. So basically, those two bits out the back, I repurposed one of them for my spear staff on my Inquisitor model. Lady Greyhorn. So I used the head of that to represent her psychic staff. The other one I think I'm going to use for the Rod of Command. It's not too big. I think it's about the right size and probably a bit smaller than the plastic Rod of Command. So that's one of them. For the others, if I do another one with a Rod of Command, I'm not sure what I'll use. I'm potentially
You could use Gandalf the Grey's magic stick.
Yeah, I mean, potentially what I wanted to do anyway was just have a bunch of, like, servitors flying around. So I might do one with, like, a Voxcaster or something to represent the Rod of Command rather than it being an actual rod. Or I'll have something small and discreet where it's just, like, a bit of, when you get lots of Forge World bits, there's tons of tiny bits of resin that are, like, cylindrical sprues, which are rod-shaped once you cut them appropriately. So I might just make one and have it on him as opposed to him holding it. That might be easier. So I've got lots of those options. And I've sort of also been doing some wartime stuff as well, which I'll brush over because we're not a wartime podcast.
We certainly are not. Less you say about that, the better, sir.
Well, exactly. But what have you been doing in the realms of 40k and 40k alone?
40k alone, the only place where it is safe for me to play. I was just looking online, by the way, on eBay to see how easy it was to get one of those plastic Gandalfs from the old Lord of the Rings sets. They seem relatively frequently available. There's one where he's essentially holding his stick up. So, yeah.
Maybe I need to look at that as a potential arm.
Well, exactly.
Because I think that's the problem I found. So I've got all the weapon upgrade packs, which give you arms and weapons and stuff. But trying to find suitable arms posed in a particular direction is proving a bit tricky. But I got an extra, I've got lots of regular infantry that I could reuse their arms for and stuff, or stuff. So I'm sure I can work it out.
I'm sure you can, mate. I'm sure you can. Anyway, yeah, so from my side of things, I played a lot of Tabletop Simulator lately, which has been a lot of fun. So there's been a number of people that I've played games with TTS against. Richie, I've played a few games against, and he's been doing well with his Dreadnought inspired list for Space Marines, and my Death Watch have really failed to kind of do anything meaningful against them. So it's really enabled me to kind of evaluate and consider competitive options with the Death Watch, because Because, yeah, I mean, a lot of what I've been taking does actually bounce quite hard off of things like dreadnoughts, which are disturbingly durable and also very, very powerful at killing things like outriders, which obviously the Death Watch really like taking. I also played with a group of guys who actually listened to the show. So a guy called Will, who is a fan of the show, invited me to play some games of Tabletop Simulator with his various friends. So a guy called Dave and a guy called Joe. And I had a great Sunday last week playing games against those guys, which was really fun. Really great just to chat to some people and play some games with, different people, I suppose, in some respects. Not to suggest that I've gotten tired or bored of playing against yourself, Richie and Joe, on a regular basis, Phil. Not that we get to play in person all that much these days, but we have consistently, when it's been possible, played games together. So yeah, it's just been quite a nice thing to sort of simulate almost like a tournament style scenario where you're across the table from someone that you may not know. So that was an interesting thing and a lot of fun. And then working on my Death Watch, continuing to work on a number of sort of projects. I've got a lot of irons in the fire when it comes to 40k hobby stuff at the moment.
I know that. Yeah. I sort of honestly feel like I should just be cracking on painting my Minotaurs. And I'm kind of weirdly getting the itch to do it after many months picking up my Space Marine Codex and actually having a read through it. Made me go, oh yeah, I like my Minotaurs. Like I really do like them. And I have to say, because everyone complains about how Space Marines have so many good, basically people complain that so many, all the releases are Space Marines. The largest range is Space Marines. We keep getting Primaris Lieutenants, for example, out of our ears. And I can see the appeal of it because it's like a converter's paradise, because the entire range is compatible with everything. And there's so much choice that you can actually really go to town on creating interesting minis in a way that's a lot easier than with any other range.
Oh, totally. But I feel like that's the root of the frustration for the people who don't want to play the Space Marines, though.
Well, exactly. So as I'm a sort of recent Space Marine convert, I'm like, oh, cool, look, I can make some really interesting characters and tell some interesting stories. And I want a guy running. Cool, I'll take that monopose special character who's running. I'll buy him, and then I'll put some other arms on him and do whatever. And you can easily create something you've imagined in your head. Trying to do that with sort of derpy Cadians is really difficult because the range is really limited. Those models are quite old, per se. So yeah, if you're non-Space Marines, it's really frustrating because Space Marines get all the love. But if you can get on that Space Marine bandwagon, it's like then you're kind of in a converter's paradise. So what I'm saying is, if you're annoyed at Space Marines, just drink that Kool-Aid and join them. Come join us on the Space Marine love train.
I mean, that's certainly where I reside reluctantly at the moment, but it is that thing. I mean, I'm enjoying them, but I am sort of frustrated by it in equal measure. Funnily enough, me and Richie were having a really interesting conversation, though, about our kind of love of former editions of 40k and reminiscing about,
Well, I was honestly thinking about it today, going, as much as I like 8th edition and 9th edition, I was like, I kind of missed the simplicity of sort of 6th and 7th edition, even though they're probably the most hated editions ever, I would say.
Totally.
But there's something very simplistic about, here's your data sheet. Yes, you've got a bunch of special rules in a big book, but that's your army. The element of stratagems, while fun and interesting, on one level, I don't actually like it. It makes for a completely different game of 40k than older editions of 40k. And ultimately, everyone loves it, and even I like using stratagems and stuff. But it just has me slightly nostalgic for editions where that wasn't a thing.
Well, it's really funny because we were going through the Chaos Space Marine 6th edition Chaos Space Marine Codex, and we were looking at stuff because me and Richie used to play doubles all the time with this Chaos Space Marine demon combo that we used to run that we lovingly called the Blue Meanies. And you're going through it and you're reading it and you're like, wow, Khan the Betrayer's only got 3 wounds and this is this and this is that. And you're like going through it going, wow, it's such a different system. And immediately, as someone who still remembers a lot of that stuff, when you read the special rules, like, it's amazing to look at a squad of Thousand Suns, for example. I've just got the book right here, right? So I can just read it out for you momentarily, right? Now, to obviously people who don't know what these rules mean, this obviously is meaningless, but a Thousand Sun is weapon skill 4, ballistic skill 4, strength 4, toughness 4, 1 wound, initiative 4, which I miss so much. I love me initiative. It's got 1 attack, a leadership of 10, and a 3+ save, right? In terms of special rules for this unit, it's got Champion of Chaos, aspiring sorcerer only. It's Fearless, Mark of Zench. It's a Psyker, mastery level 1, aspiring sorcerer only. It's slow and purposeful, and it's got Veterans of the Long War. I immediately know everything that squad's got at a glance. Like, that's so easy. like, how did we stray from that? Like, you know what I mean?
Well, I do, but to an extent, all they've done now is they've put those special rules and they've just written them into the data sheet.
Yeah, but the problem is every time they've written them slightly differently.
Well, yes.
I mean, we exposed this, Phil, in our segment, right, where we talk about, because today, basically, we did a whole segment on, essentially, if you like Krieg, which I'm sure you might, this is going to be another one of those episodes you're enjoying, because it's basically a Krieg episode again. But this is the thing, we talk about it, and there's a weapon profile we go through, and it's got different wording for the same rule above and below it.
Yeah.
And it's that thing where you're like, this is the problem with this system. Like, at the end of the day, right, it's like, at a glance, it's so easy to know what the rule slow and purposeful is, and then to apply it to a unit, right? And I mean, like, you know, I mean, this is the thing, you know, and here's the other crazy thing, right? Here is Abaddon the Despoiler, 265 points in 6th edition. He's got a bunch of stats. His weapon skill is 7, his ballistic skill is 5, his strength is 4, his toughness is 5. He's got 4 wounds, initiative 6, 4 attacks, and leadership 10 and a 2+ save. But in terms of special rules, right, he's got some war gear that is listed obviously elsewhere in the book, but he's got Terminator armor, the Drachnien, and the Talon of Horus, and his warlord trait always has to be Black Crusader. But in terms of special rules, he's a Champion of Chaos, which essentially is he always has to issue a challenge, which was a mechanic in 6th edition, and he always has to accept a challenge, although he is going to accept it because he always issues one. He's an Eternal Warrior, which meant that he could never be instant killed, which was a mechanic that if he got shot with a weapon that was strength 10, which is double his toughness, irrespective of how many wounds he got, if he took a wound to get a strength 10 weapon, he would have died, if not for the fact he's an Eternal Warrior. He's fearless, which means he never suffers any effects of anything that would cause him to roll a leadership test. He's an independent character, which unlocked a whole series of different rules in 6th edition, where you could essentially join and leave units and operate in all sorts of weird, funky ways. He's got the Mark of Chaos Ascendant, which basically means he's got every mark of chaos. And he's a veteran of the Long War, which, if I remember correctly, gives him something special against Space Marines, because he doesn't like them very much. Though, in truth, I've already forgotten what that is, because it's been a long time since I played this. And I've maybe made myself look a little foolish by forgetting what Veteran of the Long War is. But regardless, the point is, he doesn't grant any re-rolls. He doesn't grant any command point benefits. He doesn't have... You know, it's like, it's so much easier to understand at a glance what that guy is and what he does. It's so much easier. Like, 5th edition, man. I keep telling you. That's where we got to go. Let's go back to 5th edition one day, eh?
Well, I do think as a nostalgic trip, we should have a game. I mean, we'll probably hate it, but who knows? We might actually believe.
We might come away from it going, "Wow, what have we been doing the last 10 years? Like, why don't we just still play this? This is great."
Well, I think the people that want to still play that play Horus Heresy. I think that's the general vibe.
See, I would love to play Horus Heresy if I could run any other army but a Horus Heresy army in it. Like, I'd love to play it, but just let my Elder be in it.
Well, yes, that's where you can't.
Yeah, I know. It's a hardship, isn't it? It's a hardship. But anyway, yeah, so look, I mean, you know, ramble, that's us in terms of things. We have to do our 5-star review segment, Phil, even though Joe's not here to thank the supplier of our 5-star review.
That's true, yes.
Although, interestingly, this review comes from Phil's Honest Reviews, which does make me question the origins and the authenticity of this review, Phil.
That's understandable. Yeah.
Have you been going on to the Apple Podcasts of North America? And
Of course, with my NordVPN, insert sponsor here, plug for it. Yes, I have.
there you go. There you go. Well, thank you for that, Phil. It was a wonderful review. So
Yes.
Phil's honest reviews coming straight from the United States of America, the Warhammer treat that can't be beat. I mean, that sounds like something you would say already, Phil. Fantastic show every single time. I work nights at a hospital here in the US, and with so much going on in the world, this show is a welcome break in troubled times. A group of guys who love the game and are obviously great friends, covering every aspect of Warhammer while not being afraid to give each other a little guff along the way. I like the fact that he incorporated the term guff, and being a American, I'm not entirely sure of the lexicon of the Americans, but I'm fairly confident that guff isn't a common phrase in America, unless you could say otherwise, Phil.
I mean, as a non-American, I can't really say.
Exactly, we can't speak to it, but it's rare that you even hear British people say guff anymore, isn't it?
I know. I think that the modern term is bants, which I have to say I absolutely hate. So guff is the way forward. I'm going to use it now more often.
Although in our regional dialect, guff means passing wind, right? Ooh, I guffed.
Is it?
Yeah, you not ever remember when someone said, "Oh, I had a big old guff"?
No, I haven't.
Have you not ever heard
that
guff
must be
used?
something in your particular bit of the world.
It might be. I didn't go to the same. I didn't have the same opportunities you had, Phil. It wasn't. I didn't have that same silver spoon treatment growing up.
But yes. You didn't get the well education of Eton College.
No, exactly.
I've hailed from, yes.
Oh, Phil. I thought we agreed we wouldn't talk about your education. You just gave it away. I like to imply it, but you're not supposed to just come out and say it.
Oh, okay. Maybe it was Harrow instead.
No, maybe.
What's the other one up in Scotland? There's another famous one as well.
Yeah. But yeah. But there you go. Harrow, they play. Anyway, doesn't matter. Let's not get onto that. So anyway, I've enjoyed every single episode and look forward to the notification that new episode is posted to listen to while working. Keep up the good work, gentlemen, and please keep the banter and joking with each other coming. And we endeavour to, obviously. It's so muscle memory now. I was going to introduce Joe to thank him, but Phil, please thank yourself for your honest review.
Thanks, Phil. Was it Phil or Philip?
No, it's just Phil. Phil's
Just Phil.
honest
Thanks,
reviews.
Phil. Thanks, Phil. It's a great name, by the way, I have to say. I appreciate your honest and heartfelt review. Well done. Keep on guffing, no matter what version of guffing that might be. Passing wind or laughing jovially.
It's good for the system. You don't want to keep it trapped in, do you?
No, let it all out.
Let it out, yeah, absolutely. You could rupture something if you tried to hold that in for too long. Laughter or passing wind, both apply.
Yeah. Well, thanks very much.
There you go. Wonderful. All right, cool, guys. Well, look, anyway, that was our 5-star review segment. If you would like to hear your own 5-star review being talked about over the internet by people you don't actually really know all that well, but feel like you sort of do because you listen to them on a frequent basis, why not put one out there and then we might well read it? Because, we are absent morals or standards. So put a 5-star review out there and we will almost certainly go to bat for you and say nice things about you saying nice things for us.
It's been a while since people have been plugging their own stuff in the 5-star reviews.
That is true. That has happened here and there. I mean, essentially, I am Ron Burgundy when it comes to these situations. You write it, I will almost certainly say it. Unless, of course, it breaches our own, policies with regards to language. Don't swear now. Don't lower the tone. Don't be naughty. Right, anyway, so look, the show is basically us talking about Krieg and some other Imperium units from the Forge World Compendium. Maybe we'll chuck in a bit at the end about something else, but I doubt it, given the fact that we've been spun for a loop by Joe not being here again, and it's really late already, and we've only just got around to doing what we've done. So hopefully you enjoy the show, even though it's maybe slightly shorter than our normal trademark. He says that, having potentially produced 4 hours of content. But anyway,
it's not quite the heydays of the 7-hour podcasts that we sometimes reach, like last week.
Yeah. We'll just have to make do. Anyway, transitional noise. Woo! Hello once again, everybody. You knew it was coming. You knew to expect it. You knew we were going to talk about it. And now's about the time that we do. We are talking about, of course, the Imperial Armour Compendium. Specifically, the Krieg and/or an assortment of Astra Militarum choices. Because, Phil, there is an awful lot of Astra Militarum choices within this book. So rather than making this a broad forces of the Imperium thing, we felt like just going over the Astra Militarum, right, Phil?
Well, exactly.
And, I mean, as, you know, one of the finest examples of the Astra Militarum collecting and or playing community that you are, Phil, do you have a broad synopsis that you want to kind of preface this entire segment with? I mean, you've obviously spent a lot of time reading all these rules, thinking about what you can add to your army. Are you happy? Are you impressed? Are you excited?
I think my overall summary is meh. Like it's underwhelming. No one comes out of this with a satisfying taste in their mouth. But I'm making do with the best of what I've got to deal with. So
there you go.
We can talk about that at the end in terms of what I'm doing with my Krieg army and how I'm adapting and changing. But ultimately, that's what you have to do.
There you go. The Astra Militarum should have ate more pineapple, I understand.
Clearly.
Potentially. Not that I've got anything to go by on that front. Anyway, right, let's deal with what we know from the outset. So, I mean, also just to kind of, give my own kind of perspective on certain things, I actually haven't read a huge amount of the Astra Militarum data sheets, so Phil is very much going to be leading the charge in this segment, as anyone who knows how this show goes when it comes to Astra Militarum would have, correctly guessed, although there are some things that I wanted to talk about, some stuff that I liked, but obviously because of Phil's, dedicated enjoyment of Krieg, we are going to talk about every Krieg thing, and then we're going to pick a selection of other Astra Militarum things. And kicking things off with the Krieg, it's worth highlighting, if we haven't said so already, which we have to some controversy, there is a regimental doctrine specifically for Krieg. Now, you've heard of us speak about it quite a bit before, but Phil, please remind us what the regimental doctrine is and generally what you think about it a few weeks removed from the initial shock.
There's two abilities, as always. You get one that's predominantly infantry-based and one that's predominantly vehicle-based, and there's a bit of crossover in this one. So the first part is each time a combat attrition test is taken for a unit with this doctrine, ignore any or all modifiers. And then the second part is if a character or vehicle unit with this doctrine is destroyed by an attack made by an enemy model and that model did not explode, roll 1d6. On a 4+, do not remove the destroyed model from play. It can, after the attacking model's units has finished making its attacks, either shoot with one of its ranged weapons as if it was the shooting phase, or make one attack with one of its melee weapons as if it were the fight phase. When resolving these attacks, your models is considered to have one wound remaining. After resolving these attacks, the destroyed model is then removed. So there's two parts to it. The first bit is combat attrition. Arguably not as good as before, where they just got to ignore all modifiers for shooting, which was really good.
Or specifically, they didn't suffer any... they always ignored casualties suffered in the shooting phase, right? That was the
for the purposes of morale, when you have to take your leadership test. Now, arguably, that was nowhere near as good as it was in 9th edition, just because of how the rules for 9th edition changes. Squads weren't just getting wiped out by failing that morale test. You were losing one model and taking a combat attrition test. Mm-hmm. So that ability is instantly not as good as how it used to be in the previous edition anyway. Mm-hmm. The fact that you can ignore combat attrition tests, I mean, it's okay. It's just not that great. It's a bit of a niche thing. Your combat attrition test is -1 when you're under half strength.
Correct, yes.
So you fail on a 1 normally, and a 1 or 2 if you're under half strength. So if you've got a 10-man squad and you're under 5, you're failing on a 1 or 2. So you've got a small chance that more models might die. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't feel like it's a really big and powerful thing. I mean, might affect more on things like Death Riders, for example, because they're being combats. You might want to take them in large squads. But then there's this weird dichotomy with how combat attrition works anyway. Like, if you can take a 5-man squad, because of blast, most people might try and just do 5-man squads, in which case combat attrition, like being under half, is very, only affects 1 or 2 models. So there's a bit of an odd one. I think
I think the thing is that I think you'd be kidding yourself to argue that it's as good as what was there before. I feel like what was there before was a result of an odd scenario where, the Forge World team essentially inherited or discovered about 8th edition relatively late. I mean, that's been a very well established and understood condition that a lot of, long-term fans of the hobby were made aware of through their various connections and so on. So we knew that Forge World was caught a bit off guard by 8th edition, and we knew that in a lot of instances they kind of transported adaptations of established rules that had already existed in 7th and brought those across. And obviously for the Krieg, ignoring casualties suffered during the shooting phase for the purposes of morale tests was a relatively straightforward rule to implement in 7th edition, because at the end of every phase you rolled a morale test. So if you had lost a miniature in a dangerous terrain test while moving, which was essentially roll a d6 for going over a terrain piece, on a 1, a model needs to be removed. Had a model been removed for that, you would have to take a morale test. If you'd suffered casualties from shooting, you'd have to take a morale test. If you suffered casualties in the assault phase, the fight phase, you would have to take a morale test. So the whole way 7th edition and, subsequent editions, or rather previous editions before that worked, is, leadership was done at the end of a phase. It was essentially a part of every phase. Whereas in, obviously, 8th edition and then subsequently 9th edition, morale became a one-phase thing. It got its own phase. And although that did streamline and simplify certain aspects of gameplay, it did create an interesting dynamic with this rule, because even though they'd included it, it meant that you had to make a note of miniatures that were lost in the shooting phase versus miniatures that were lost in the psychic or fight phase. Now, admittedly, that isn't actually that hard a thing to do, but, it kind of felt to me like a rule that was subsequently out of step with the way that the game works, just because of that situation. Now, changing that to them being generically fearless against all things would have obviously been too powerful for an army like the Guard. So I think where they landed, to me, makes sense for a Guard army, but I completely understand why you wouldn't like it as much, because it's clearly not as good. But
no, but I think my problem with the original one, like early doors of 8th edition where the index came out, I was like, this is odd. They've got an ability to ignore morale in the shooting phase. But the whole point about Krieg is that they had a weapon skill of 3+. They wanted to get into combat, but as soon as they did get into combat, they were arguably worse because they were failing their morale more. But I think it took me a while to come around to the rule in terms of, it's actually really good because they can just stick around on objectives. They're not necessarily getting into combat, or it allows them to survive long enough to get into combat, which is how I was looking at it now. So here it's like argue that they're better. Well, not necessarily better, but it affects every phase. Like, it doesn't matter whether you're taking casualties from psychic, shooting, or close combat. You're getting you're still losing your 1 man, and then you're potentially losing less people during the combat attrition. And if there's more things in the game that end up having modifiers to combat attrition, like Reavers, then this could be quite good. But at the moment, we haven't seen many units with that ability.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. It's like, I think the problem is, and again, I'm trying to say this glass half full. I think the problem is that we haven't seen the entirety of the rules that kind of power 9th edition and what's happening there. Again, I know a lot of people already make assertions around certain crazy things that are happening within the game at the moment, but based on what I'm seeing, I actually think the game, and I know I say this a lot, is quite balanced and is evidently going to become quite balanced. Not as it is currently, because it's got a lot of problems in this weird halfway house that it is currently. But I do think that things like fearless bubbles or fearless auras need to be restricted, and they definitely need to be restricted on armies that have the opportunity to take large amounts of miniatures. I mean, at the end of the day, if Krieg were fearless still from shooting attacks, you could fill your army up with 120, 180 guardsmen squad, guardsmen, and admittedly, you wouldn't want to pay for 180 legit Forge World Krieg guardsmen, but that wouldn't even be. Well, I mean, would it be half your army? I mean, what are they now? 40 or 50 points for a squad of 10?
Well, they're now 40, I believe, because they're now in line with standard Astra Militarum.
Didn't they take a slight price hike, though, in 9th edition? I feel like they're 50 points. Anyway, either way, even if they're 40 points, you could take 200 of them, and that would cost you 800 points.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely mad. That's the thing. It's like, that is crazy.
Yeah, and while they will potentially stick around from morale, it's like, but they're still guardsmen. You just shoot them off the table. Like,
yeah, but it's about the weight of bodies, mate. I mean, this is the thing. You can shoot them off the table, but when the game is so objective heavy, if you give fearlessness to that kind of unit option, you could easily exploit some of those attributes. And not forgetting, we're talking about like the core guardsmen here. You're talking about your Death Riders. You're talking about your Grenadiers, although obviously, ROI, or not ROI, RIP, Grenadiers on that front. But, it's one of those things that you could theoretically do that kind of stuff. And also think about, squads that you've also gained access to and what that could have done for them. Admittedly, Ogrins don't gain regimental doctrines, do they?
No,
fine. So they don't get that. Yeah. So you can't go, oh, here's a bunch of Ogrins that will never run away, because that would have been crazy. But I suppose, I don't know, what I'm saying is I can understand why they got rid of it, because it's really immediately obvious the tricks you could start to pull that could really game the game for you if you gave...
Yeah, and I guess one of the other situations for Guard around morale is you don't really know what the new commissars are going to do, because they obviously affect morale and affect the morale phase. It's currently a bit rubbish. At the beginning of 8th edition, when the Codex came out, it was far too good, to the point where they completely changed it. I guess we're going to see a bit of something in between in the next Codex, where it's better than the current rule, but not so good. You're just going to be rocking conscript blobs that can't fail morale. It's what it might do something similar, but what I would like to see is something that just doesn't replicate this rule, because I want synergy. I want Krieg should be able to take commissars. They've always been able to, and it needs to be an ability that actually works with this regimental doctrine, and not something that duplicates it to the point where you go, oh cool, I'll just never take a commissar because I've already got that ability baked into my army.
Yeah. I wouldn't. I mean, again, who knows for certain what's around the corner? And I think that's one of the other things. And it was certainly a point that I wanted to raise with the second of the two abilities, which is obviously the shooting on a 4+. I think your most consistent frustration with that ability has been the number of hoops that you've had to jump through in order for it to activate, i.e. it really only works with a vehicle. It really only works if that vehicle has been actually destroyed by an enemy, so you can't destroy yourself and then do it. So for things like the Cyclops, which is the little remote-controlled explodey car, early doors you'd be like, ooh, I'll take a Cyclops and then that'll blow up. And then when it blows up, I can blow up again. Way. Well, it's like, well, no, because...
And there's even times where, okay, you might get destroyed by one of your own vehicles blowing up. And again, it doesn't trigger then because your enemy hasn't killed you.
Yes, yeah.
And as you say, once you've done that, it's only on a 4-up.
Yep.
And if you're in combat and you've got a blast weapon, which is like most of the Lehman Russ turret weapons, it doesn't work then because you can't shoot into combat with a blast weapon.
Correct.
So you've got to really not be in combat. And then you get to shoot on your lowest weapons profile if you've got a weapons profile. So if you're Lehman Russ, you're hitting on 6s for a standard Lehman Russ. If you're a tank commander, you're hitting on 5s, which is a bit better.
Yeah.
It's just all a bit
Well,
rubbish.
I think the thing that's interesting about that is, and again, this is me just, again, hoping, but if it is that a Lehman Russ, for example, because what we've seen with like changes in Marine dexes so far has been they've gotten rid of double shooting with the exception of Eradicators, admittedly, but things like the Repulsor Executioner has lost the double shot ability, and I'm not sure whether or not that's going to be removed from the Lehman Russes or not. But if it was that by some weird situation that Lehman Russes maintained their ballistic skill 4+, regardless of how many wounds they had, maybe you could see some viability in this. Again, I mean, here's my thoughts on the whole thing is, I accept it's not the best, but I think it's interesting and it has some potential options. And where I'm always coming from with this ability is I think it will prove to be more beneficial than maybe you realise when looking at it on paper. Is it going to be as good as the stuff that is presently available for the other doctrines and the other things? No, I'd say if you're looking at being competitive, I think you're going to have to look at other regimental doctrines and utilise those as your abilities to essentially play competitively. But
yeah, potentially other regiments might get toned down, but I sort of doubt that if you look at how Space Marines have done theirs. Like most of theirs have pretty much stayed the same, right?
Pretty much, yeah. But then you got to remember they're in a unique situation because a lot of their abilities were updated in the second Space Marine Codex.
Yeah.
So and they weren't drastically changed, admittedly, but they added some extra bits and then they kind of toned down certain elements of it. You know, and to be fair, you know, a lot of those abilities, with a handful of exceptions, have been toned down quite a bit. So Salamanders have lost the reroll to hit, I believe, and they only now get the reroll wound, or it's the other way round. You know, there's a lot of stuff in there that's essentially been changed to try and make them a little less ridiculous. But yeah, look, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you're going to see for the other regiments when we see them, because we just don't know. This is what it is. I don't think it's unplayable. I think actually if you ran it, you'd occasionally find that you'd actually had some really fun, entertaining moments with this. But at the moment, I honestly, if you're a Krieg collector, a Krieg player, a Krieg fan, and you want to do it for fluffy, narrative, creative reasons, then by all means use these rules. But if you're looking at it purely competitively, I think you've got to look at the custom regiments if you're taking a tank regiment or a tank detachment, and you've got to look at some of the other main regimental doctrines if you're going to run.
The only reason why the only thing it works on is stuff that doesn't degrade, and most of the artillery in the Forge World Compendium doesn't degrade, so it kind of encourages you to play a classic sort of siege artillery style army list, because if they get shot off the board, assuming they can be seen because they can shoot out line of sight for most of them, if they do get shot off the board, they can still fire. And because they're artillery, you know, some of them might get attacked in close combat, but if they're sort of hidden away at the back of your board, hopefully they won't be in combat. So you're sort of mitigating some of these variables. So you'll still be able to shoot on your top profile because you only have one profile.
Yes.
You can still shoot because you won't hopefully be in combat. So that's two ways to look at it. There's a couple of units which when we reach to, you might go, oh, this would be cool if it could shoot again.
Yeah.
I've watched a couple of battle reports with them, like Early Doors, the SN battle report guys. The SN team did a battle report with Krieg, and I watched that, and most of the time it didn't really do much.
Yes.
And sort of anecdotally with other people who have played it, it's Yeah, it's sort of novel, but it doesn't kind of get the home runs that you probably want a regiment trait to do. As you said, if the Lehman Russ doesn't degrade, which I think it will have to degrade because all tanks seem to, right? But
but they degrade in specific ways, right? There's no reason
so
why.
Maybe if the ballistic skill doesn't degrade and they change that to maybe to be something else, then this could be interesting. But I can't see that being the case. Like that seems a bit wishful thinking.
I totally agree. I think this is the thing, and I'm not trying to change my tune on this. I think this is still a fun, usable doctrine. I just don't think it's a competitive doctrine. But then it depends what your mindset is going into this, right?
True.
If you're playing Krieg to be the bestest, most competitive player, I kind of feel like you got into them for the wrong reasons anyway. But at the same time, if you want your army to be good, I understand that as well. But I think the problem has been is there's a difference between good and tournament optimized. You know, the two different
I think
things.
what I want out of it is just to be good and to be playable.
Yeah.
Whereas it feels like this is a real handicap to play Krieg because you're like, oh wow, it's so bad, and it's like Krieg were never that good to begin with, and then this is sort of making them worse rather than better.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you could shoot with your blast weapons into combat as a last hurrah, or you could shoot on your top profile, then it would be all right. Then I don't think people would be complaining as much. But it just seems like there's so many, like I said, hoops to jump through. Yeah, it just makes it, not very good.
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? And I think the thing is like. One thing I will say for the change to the Krieg, though, becoming like any other regiment, and why I think it's actually a good thing is it's entered into the same weird world of like being more able to take it as whatever you want to take it as, because that's kind of what I've seen lots of other Astra Militarum players do. They just go, cool, here's my army of Cadian models, but they're Vestroyan, because that's what I want them to be. And equally, I think for the Krieg players, not that, obviously you want to encourage this kind of thing, but if you are looking at building more competitive guard lists, you probably are going to drift away from taking these guys as the
only downside of that is you're losing your access to the unique units that make Krieg the Krieg. Like, you're losing the Death Riders and you're losing the Engineers.
Yes.
To a lesser extent, the Grenadiers, but they've moved to Legends.
Yeah.
So it depends on what format you're kind of playing. Legends is still match play, so if you're playing with your mates at your local gaming club, you should be fine.
Yeah.
It is really those people like myself that go to tournaments, even in a relatively kind of casual manner, where I'm like, cool, I just can't take those units anymore.
But you just take them as Scions,
something
right?
Else. Yeah.
Which is the exact same thing that happened to the Keskian range back in the day. Like, the Scions. Well, the first time out in like 3rd edition, they were stormtroopers, and the stormtroopers were like these dudes with like gas masks on, with like, it was a weird old kit, but it was quite cool for its time. And then, well, admittedly, the first stormtroopers were like dudes in black armor with red berets. Was the initial like stormtrooper plastics. And then
I had the beret ones.
Yeah. And then they moved over to gas mask guys, and then they created the Keskans to go alongside the Cadian range.
Yeah.
But then when the Scions came along, it was like, cool, they're Scions now. And it's like, okay, cool, can I take my Keskans as Scions? Yeah, of course you can, because obviously they're the same thing, it's just that we've moved it forwards and turned it into Scions. And I feel like the same is true of Grenadiers. It's like, yeah, they're just Scions, whatever,
it's the closest match for them.
Well, totally. I mean, they've got the same gear, they've got flak armour, they've got a hotshot lasgun. They're Scions, right?
Yeah, well, it's carapace armour.
Sorry, carapace.
But there's some gear which doesn't line up, so in terms of the models, especially the only models that Games Workshop, Forge World still sell of Grenadiers, is the heavy weapon team, which is the Flamer team, which the only comparable heavy Flamer option is for the veterans, and the heavy stubber, you get heavy stubber and a melter gun. So the melter gun, that's fine, you can still use it, but the heavy stubber doesn't have an equivalent, so it's like you got to kind of shove those models to one side.
Yeah.
The rest of the range is still usable.
Well, I mean,
get on and chat about some of the
Why not, eh? Let's talk about some of these Krieg units. So we've got the Def Corps Marshal, which is probably one of the most unremarkable of the Krieg editions. I may as well tell you what its stats is. It might sound familiar to those of you who are familiar with company commanders, but we'll go through it all the same. So it is a movement of 6, weapon skill of 3+, a ballistic skill of 3+, a strength and toughness of 3, 4 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 9, and a 4+ save. Def Corps Marshal is equipped with a las pistol, power sword, and frag grenades. This model's las pistol can be replaced with one of the following: bolt pistol or plasma pistol. He has the voice of command ability, which you have to look within the pages of Astra Militarum Codex for. And he's got a refractor field and is a senior officer. Both of those rules are also within the Astra Militarum Codex, but the refractor field is basically a 5-up invulnerable save. And I can't remember what senior officer does, Phil.
So he's got the voice of command rule, not the... Oh, and the senior officer. So voice of command, it allows him to do 1 order, and senior officer allows him to do a 2nd order.
There you go.
I was going to say, in terms of the stuff that's changed, his leadership's actually gone up by 1, because it was leadership 8. He's lost crack grenades, but he comes auto-included with a power sword, which before... he didn't have by default. He has lost the Momentum Mori, which was an extra ability. And before that was when the bearer of this Memento Mori suffers wounds from a weapon which does multiple wounds, the roll is always 1, which is always confusingly worded. But if you were shot with a las cannon that does d6 damage, it would always be treated as 1. Which was kind of the cool ability. I can see why they've stripped it out, because the Forge World book has stripped out most cool abilities.
I mean, that's not just guard specific, though, right? I mean, that's pretty much across the board.
Throughout most of the book. There's a few exceptions here and there, but overall, special rules have been toned down. So he's kind of like a normal officer. He hasn't really changed too much.
I mean, he is better than a normal company commander, though.
Yes. So there's.
He is. He is for one very distinct reason, because he's got a power sword and he's the same points.
Oh, right. Okay.
So 35 points for a company commander, 35 points for this guy, but this guy comes with a power sword.
All right. Well, there you go. He's swinging his 3 power sword around.
Well, exactly. So if a regular company commander wanted that privilege, I think they'd pay 40 points for the privilege or whatever. But he's 35 with a power sword.
Yeah.
Because the regular company commander has a chain sword and a las pistol.
So I guess he's lost access to like being able to swap out his weapons for other stuff other than the power sword, because before he could replace his las pistol for any of the ranged weapons, and his kind of close combat weapon for any of the melee weapons. So he's probably lost the ability to rock him with a power fist, but
the free power sword is no bad thing.
Free power sword, that's quite good.
I'm not sure whether that's a weird typo situation, because the only upgrade option that's listed in his points anyway is the plasma pistol. But in terms of the actual marshal himself, it's just like 35 points.
It should be bolt pistol and plasma pistol.
Well, the bolt pistol, I assume, doesn't cost him any more points to change up.
Right, yes.
Because they only now include points additions for stuff that adds extra points.
Yes. Okay.
So he's 35 with a bolt pistol and a power sword.
Yeah, I was worried he lost his ability to do 2 orders, but he's got senior officer ability, so that's good that he can still do his 2.
It's actually, when you think about it, that isn't that bad an offering. Right? Weapon skill 3, strength 4 with the power sword, 3 attacks. I mean, it's actually not awful. He's actually better, as I say, he's better than a company commander. 2 orders.
Yeah, I mean, so we've lost Marshal Karis Venner. He was their named Marshal and a special character. And if we do a legend section, we can talk about him there. But he could do 3 orders a turn, which was quite cool. So quite often he was worth taking.
You can give this guy a warlord trait to do 3 orders, though, right?
You can do it now, yes, but you're giving him that warlord trait to be able to do that extra order.
Yeah.
Or you're giving him a relic which allows him to do an extra order, for example. And we've also lost the field officer, which was like the platoon commander, like equivalent rank, because the marshal's the company commander, the platoon commander sort of disappeared because I guess you'll just now have to use the platoon commander from the Astra Militarum.
Yeah. I'm just checking the. Oh yeah, so the regular company commander is also a senior officer as well, so he's got the two. Yeah, so they're pretty much exactly the same. Just this one comes with a free chainsword, and that's it.
Because I always ended up quite often I would just take field officers because they were a bit cheaper and it gave you the flexibility of them accompanying different squads, whereas Karis Venner would be sort of stuck with,
he's higher leadership. He's higher leadership than a standard company commander as well.
Oh. Well, that either implies that they're going to go up in leadership, or I don't know.
Just could be something specific to the Krieg, who knows? I mean, again,
because Karis Venner was leadership 9, so maybe they've done a halfway house and like merged the two together. So
yeah,
even though he exists in Legends, they've given the Marshal leadership 9 as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's one of those things. I genuinely, out of the gate, the Marshal he's better than his regular guard equivalent. That's all I can say about him.
Next up is the Death Rider Squadron Commander.
Which doesn't have a model, but does now on Games Workshop, I noticed, because they've just gone, this is Death Rider 1, or Death Rider Commander. I was like, okay.
Well, no, I think it's Squadron Commander, because it was always, you basically get 2 arms in that kit.
Yeah.
One has the Squadron's chevron on it, and one doesn't. So that's always been the Squadron Commander model, not the... Sorry, he's been the General Command... The General Watchmaster or Lieutenant of the squad, not the specific Death Rider Squadron Commander.
Yes.
Who doesn't have a personal model.
Yeah.
Neither did Karis Venner. Karis Venner has gone to Legends, but everyone used the Death Corps Marshal model. Death Rider Squadron Commander, you kind of got to convert up or just use a regular Death Rider. I ended up converting one with a power sword, because an arm got broken off one time when it was at Warhammer World, and I just swapped him out for a power sword instead because it was an easy conversion.
Yeah.
And it looked good. And I thought one day we'll do a better one, but for now he's all right. So his stats: so he's got movement 10 inches, weapon skill and ballistic skill of 3+, strength of 3, a toughness of 4, 5 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 8, so not quite as good as the other guy, and a 4+ save. If I just have a quick look through the stats, he's basically gained a wound.
Yeah.
In terms of stat line, everything else is exactly the same.
Okay.
He's equipped with a Death Rider hunting lance, a las pistol, a power sword, savage claws, and frag grenades. So again, he's gained a power sword, but lost crack grenades, because crack grenades basically aren't a thing anymore for the guard. The stats for both the Death Rider hunting lance and the savage claws have improved. So the Death Rider hunting lance is a melee weapon. It's strength user, so strength 3, -1 AP, 1 damage, which on the face of it is a bit rubbish, but there's a special rule which makes it better. So each time a melee attack is made with this weapon, if the bearer's unit made a charge move this turn, that attack has the strength characteristic of +2, an armor penetration characteristic of -3, and a damage characteristic of 2. Why they didn't just split these out into 2 profiles and say one only applies on the charge, I've got no idea, because it's kind of confusing.
It's how they've chosen to do it for a number of ability-based scenarios. I've got similar wording in other areas
it's an odd one. So the +2 and -3 it was actually, so the +2 strength is always the same from the old one.
Yeah.
It used to have -2, it's now -3. It used to have D3 damage, and it's now flat 2. So arguably better.
Yeah, I would strongly argue
just
better.
because it's consistently doing that flat 2 damage. It still only happens on the charge.
Yeah.
A bit frustrating because loads of abilities like Space Marines get +1 attack when they've been charged, for example, or when they heroically intervene.
Yeah.
This guy still only gets it when he charges. But it is what it is. And then the main damage dealer, which I've always found has been the Savage Claws from the horse. is a melee weapon, strength 4, -1 AP, 1 damage. Each time the bear fights, it makes 2 additional attacks with this weapon, and no more than 2 attacks may be made with this weapon. Which is, it's better because it's basically gained -1 AP, which it didn't have before.
Yeah.
And that was the one thing that always let it down. I always found when you get stuck in combat for more than a turn, you can't use your lance. At least you've got your Savage Claws.
Yeah.
And now he's got Power Sword as well. So that's quite good.
Really good. Really good.
He can swap out the las pistol for a bolt pistol or plasma pistol.
Yeah.
He's got the Voice of Command ability, and now I'll highlight this, that it says C Codex Astra Militarum. So before, there was a unique Krieg list of orders, and they could all apply to infantry and cavalry. And there was also a couple that specifically called out cavalry as well, such as Duty Unto Death, which was for infantry and cavalry models, but all the others, such as your move, fix bayonets, get back into the fight, all could be applied to cavalry. So basically now we've got a Death Rider squadron commander who's an officer that can give orders, but only to infantry. So the biggest downside of him is that he can't give orders to other Death Riders, which is like a huge blow for Death Rider players, I think, because that was one of the things that made him good. They could use move, which was arguably maybe too good because you could double move, which is basically 20 inches across the board, and quite often you saw to good effect when we just use them to screen out opponents with that ability, and just use them as a meat shield to soak up fire and die. So they've also got the Augmented Mount ability, which is each time this model would lose a wound, roll a d6 on a 5+. That wound is not lost. It used to have a similar ability, but it was only for strength 4 or less weapons. So the fact that it just now happens all the time, no matter what weapon, that's huge. That's really good.
Very good.
He's got Refractor Field, so again 5+ invuln save, and he's also got flanking maneuvers baked in. So during deployment, you can set this unit up behind enemy lines instead of setting them up on the battlefield. If you do, then reinforcements come in your movement phase, hold you within 6 inches of the same battlefield edge and more than 9 inches away from the enemy models. Now, that used to be an ability that you could only get if you took the Death Rider command squad, but now all the Death Riders get it no matter what. So that's really good, because then there's less of a reason to take the command squad, although as you see later on, you'll always be taking the command squad. So, but the fact that they can now all do it is kind of cool.
So, I mean, for my side of things, I think this guy represents insane value at 45 points. I think 45, a 10-point upgrade from his martial variant to lose 1 order, gain Feel No Pain 5+, gain a movement of 10, a toughness of 4, and the hunting lance and the savage claws is all really, really strong, right? And flanking maneuvers. For 45 points, this guy is probably one of the better guard command choices, right? I mean, unless I'm mad. I appreciate, obviously, now we can't give abilities to Death Riders, and that is a big blow, but for 45 points, he's still pretty much the best guard HQ choice in the game, I'd say, at the moment, unless I'm missing something.
No, you're right. Even just as a durable sort of platform for giving orders to your regular guys, he's still really good. And actually, the good thing about him is he can now kind of keep up with them, because the problem before is you're doing move on a squad, and then all of a sudden for the next turn, that officer's predominantly like out of range of them because he's too far behind. This guy can sort of slingshot in front of them, order them to then catch up and be in front of him. So he's still better from Lookout Sir. He can still give them orders. Yeah,
and I love the fact that you gave him a power sword as well, because I think that's really huge, because I think the fact that you can be, stuck in combat but still have that viability is massive for this unit, because historically it used to be, bam, a powerful charge, and then the preceding combat phase, it'd be like, oh, what do I do now? Whereas obviously, now you've got access
basically you don't have anything with any AP on it whatsoever. But
Yeah.
at least now you do, because you've got your power sword, you've got your savage claws.
Yeah.
And I quite often on this guy would take the relic power sword, because that was, I think it's like -4 and flat 3 damage or something crazy. It was always really good, and I've had fun using him with it. It's a bit niche because obviously he's a guy that can still, still guard. He can still die relatively easily.
Oh, of course.
He has lopped off the head of a fellow Death Rider Squadron commander in a Krieg v Krieg battle. Toke will know what I'm talking about there. So there has been some great moments with him.
I think
if you're taking guard, if you're taking Krieg and you're taking some Death Riders, he's kind of an auto include even now.
Yeah, I think. I mean, it's so good. It's such. I mean, I am gobsmacked. This guy is 45 points. He is an insanely big value proposition at 45 points. I genuinely was not expecting it to be that little.
Are things like wood still like a minus to charge through, like -2 inches and stuff?
Yeah. Dense cover is still -2 to all moves. Yeah.
Because these guys used to have a War Strider ability, which basically says you don't suffer the penalty to move when charging into those terrain features, which was always cool because I'm like, I'm going to charge through some woods. Aha, I can still make it. Yeah. Whereas now he's lost that ability. But I think he's, the durability from the augmented mount is huge. Like when I've been able to pull it off because I'm being shot by bolters, these guys can be, if you can roll well, really durable.
Especially with a 5-up invuln as well, though, right? I mean, a 5-up invuln is just the right kind of irritating. I know from when I was using Evade on my Crimson Hunter Exarchs, which is a 5-up invuln, the amount of times where you shouldn't have made that invuln, but you did, is quite incredible. The only other thing I would say about these guys, and it was something I was really interested to get your thoughts on, they've changed the name of the horse attacks to Savage Claws. Do you suspect that they have given them that name as an error? Or do you think that's because we're about to see some kind of other Imperial Guard Astra Militarum mount coming into effect? And do you believe that they've called this Savage Claws for parity with a stratagem or a rule that's coming down the line for the generic Astra Militarum? Again, real tinfoil hat stuff, I know, but I just thought it was an interesting name.
They've always been called Savage Claws.
They've always been Savage Claws, even though they're very clearly hooves.
Yes, because they're sort of like genetically modified. They're not regular horses.
Gotcha. So they don't have hooves; they have claws.
Yes, yeah. Fine. If you look at the model, they are sort of claw-like. But they're like clawy hooves.
Clawy hooves.
Clawy hooves. They do go clip clop when you roll the dice.
I mean, to be fair, when you look at the picture, they look more like trotters.
Yeah, they're very odd things, but yeah, they're an augmented mount.
I suppose savage trotters wouldn't have had the same kind of ring to it, would it? Anyway, there you go. No, I like the Death Rider Commander. I think he's fantastic. So the Death Rider Command Squad, I may as well quickly talk through this. So the Death Rider Command Squad is 4 models, no more, no less. And it is filled with Death Rider veterans, which are Movement 10, Weapon Skill 4, Ballistic Skill 3, Strength 3, Toughness 4, 3 wounds, 2 attacks, Leadership 7, which is quite low, especially for veterans, and a 4+ save. They've got all the same armaments as the Squadron Commander that came before, so the Death Rider Hunting Lance and the Savage Claws. They also, but yeah, no power sword, but they still have the Lance Pistol and the frag grenades. They've still got the augmented mount ability, so the 5-up feel no pain, or 5-up to ignore the wounds, flanking manoeuvres, and then they also have Command Squadron. For each Death Rider Squadron Commander unit included in a detachment, one Death Rider Command Squadron unit can be included in that detachment without taking up a battlefield roll. So you can add these guys into your army without taking a battlefield roll. Irritatingly and interestingly, these guys are presented in the fast attack slot in the datasheet, and in the points they are situated in the elite section. So the good news is you don't technically take up a slot, so you don't really need to worry about it. But it is very confusing.
That's true. Yes, I assume they're elites, and they're not fast attack because the regular Death Riders that we'll see later on are listed as elites, and I think that's a bit of an error. It was the same with not Asteria Moloch, the Hekaton Achios, the Minotaur's Dreadnought.
Yeah.
He's listed as elite now, but used to be an HQ.
Correct,
and he's a character, so again that might be another mistake. Well done, Forge World, for these kind of weirdly consistent errors where you repeated the same error throughout.
I mean, they are quite spectacular at mucking this one up, aren't they? I mean,
So the changes in the rules, they've gone up by 1 wound. They've stayed at the same number of attacks, but their weapon skill, which used to be 3+, consistent for all Kriegsmen, is now 4+ across the board. And for the Death Riders, even though they're veterans, they're also still 4+. There's talk that this is a mistake and the weapon skill and ballistic skill are meant to be swapped around because they're ballistic skill 3+ for their pistols. But they've always been ballistic skill 3+ because, as you mentioned, they're veterans.
Yes.
So this is a really good unit, but the fact that their weapon skill 4+ kind of makes them a bit rubbish.
I don't know. I think you're being a bit unreasonable to say they're rubbish with weapon skill 4+. I think
just not the ideal version of them. Yeah, I think if they were weapon skill 3+, hands down, these would be amazing and worth taking.
But I mean,
they
again,
still are out of the 2 choices between these guys and the regular Death Riders.
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm going to say to you though, Phil, is can you name me another 4 model squad that has 12 wounds, toughness 4, a 4 up armor save, and 5 up feel no pain, right? With movement 10, an AP -3, 2 damage. Can you name me another squad that comes
only
close?
On the charge, though. Only on the charge.
Only on the charge. But can you name me anything that comes close to that?
They don't have a feel no pain, but aggressors obviously don't have the same movement value.
Mate, you can only get like 1 aggressor for all of these guys are 60 points for all of them. 60 points for 4.
Because they used to be around. So what? They're 20 points each.
20 points each. Yeah. Can you name anything that good for 20 points in this game? I can't. This is probably one of the best value squads in the entire game.
Well, no, I agree with you there. I do think this is the best. They're good.
They're not even, mate. They're not even 20 points a model. They're 15 points a model.
Oh right. Oh, okay. Then they are better. Because they used to be. I think they were around 85 points for the full squad of 5.
Yeah.
Regular guys.
Yeah.
What I really hated with the little Warhammer community article, they were really like, "Oh, don't worry, the Death Riders, the Death Riders command squadron gains an extra attack."
Yeah, it does,
from the regular ones. But it's like, no, what you've done is you've taken an attack away from the regular squad. And the Death Rider... So the Death Rider Command Squadron really represents what the regular squad should be.
Yeah, but they're 15 points for... A Primara Space Marine is 20 points.
Yeah.
This guy could hand it to a Primara Space Marine.
If it gets the charge off, but if it doesn't, then it's going to be murdered. And I'll tell you
what's the Primara Space Marine going to be shooting you with to murder you? Which of the guns would you rate?
If the Space Marines attack these guys, they're probably die.
But
I mean,
one
they are
on one Primara Space Marine versus this guy that is... Primara Space Marine is 5 points more than this. So a Primara Space Marine is a quarter or 3/4 of a Primara Space Marine is one of these guys, right? So these guys are apparently worse. Genuinely, I cannot conceive of a scenario where it's an easy fight for the Primara Space Marine.
Well, the thing is, a Space Marine on a charge.
Yeah, okay, fine. So if the Space Marine charges you, it's got 3 attacks, yeah. Primaris one.
3 attacks, hitting on 3s.
Hitting on 3s, yep. Wounding on 4s.
This toughness 4, so wounding on 4s.
Yeah.
just doing 1 damage apiece.
Yeah.
Regardless of, we're not talking about your white skulls, so you're doing extra damage, or
just baseline, yeah.
Yeah, and if you are in the assault doctrine, yeah, you're going to be.
Well, we're not talking about assault doctrines here.
No, let's not talk about it. So just basically, these 8 guys are only saving on a 50-50.
Yeah.
But
if you charge it's dead.
If I charge in though, that makes all the difference.
Well, you're moving 10, so you can control the pace much better.
I've only got 2 attacks. I've got a weapon skill of 4, so only one of them's hitting.
And then you're wounding on a 3.
Wounding on 3s.
And then they're saving on
6s.
And then they're dead.
But if you fail that, you're dead. So it depends on how well you can roll for your weapon skill, basically.
Oh, totally. Look, I'm just saying.
What it often comes out.
I'm just saying.
Although the horse does get to attack as well. So
the horse does get to attack as well. This
Again,
guy
hitting on 4s, not 3s like it used to be. No, that horse has gotten worse.
Yeah.
But so you're wounding on 4s. You're saving on 4s now as well.
Yeah.
So
it's 15 points, Phil. Honestly,
I give it to you because
I can't think of anything in this game that good for 15 points.
Well, the thing is, they are sold out on the Forge World website, because if these are really good and people are going to mass buy them, they're instantly going to go up in points.
Yeah.
But because it's Forge World, maybe that won't happen.
Yeah, honestly, the joke of it is not to spoil it for the other squadron, but the regular Death Rider squadron is also 15 points a model.
This is the thing. It's like, let's skip over the engineers briefly, so we can dive into the regular squadron.
Because... All right. Do you want to do the honors, Phil? I did the command squad. I butchered it a bit, but I did it all the same.
No, so you can take 4 to 9 Death Riders.
Yeah.
Pretty similar stat line. So movement 10, weapon skill 4, ballistic skill 3. Weird that the ballistic skill's 3+.
They're still veterans, right?
I think it might be something like a lore reason, because you might have been a grenadier, or the watchmasters of the squad, which used to have a better ballistic skill, have ballistic skill 3, but a bit odd. Actually, no, the old ones used to be ballistic skill 4+. So. Again, maybe leads to the tin pot hat theory that this is an error and they're meant to be the other way around.
Well, either way, they are what they are now, Phil. You can't change it. Keep going.
They're strength 3, toughness 4, 3 wounds still, 1 attack for the basic Death Rider.
Yeah.
Leadership 7 and a 4+ save.
So they're exactly the same. They've just got 1 attack.
Yeah, the Ride Master, which is the officer, has +1 attack, so 2. It used to be 3, so that's gotten worse. It's armed with the same stuff: las pistol, hunting lance, savage claws, frag grenades.
Yeah.
They've got the augmented mount ability. They've got the flanking maneuvers ability. And the Ride Master can replace its pistol with a bolt pistol or a plasma pistol.
Yes.
And if you're saying these are the same points, but 1 less attack,
yeah,
why would you take these ever?
Well, because you can take them in 10-man units.
But when you take them in 10-man units, it's like, yes, you don't suffer from the combat attrition for being under half. Well done, Krieg special rule.
Yeah.
But you're then subject to blast. So you might always go, I'll just take them as a 5-man squad, especially since they can't have orders now. Like before, if you could give them orders, you might at least go, I'll take a 10-man squad because I want to lob it up the board. Yeah. I want to give it some orders to make it better.
Yeah.
But honestly, I'm going to maximise that.
Honestly, I'd be looking at 3 5-man squad of regular Death Riders, and then 3 4-man squads of the command units, and then 3 Death Rider commanders. That would be what I would take as an auto include in a Krieg army, because it's obscene value. So the 5-man squads of regular guys are costing you 75 points, right? So you're going to pay 225 points for them. Then you're going to pay 180 points on top of that for the command squads. So that is going to... so what did I say? The first one was 225? Maths has just left my brain. 225 plus 180... So you're going to be looking at 405 points, right? And then you throw in 2 commanders, and the commanders are 45 points each, so that's 450. So that's not even 500 points for all those horses. That's so good.
I know. The way I looked at it, though, I think I sort of looked at the maths hammer of it, and it's like the regular Death Riders, the fact that they've gone down by one attack, they've gone down by weapon skill to 4+.
Yeah.
Even though the weapons are arguably better, they're statistically worse than they were before their ability to do damage. It's like their durability has gone up because they've now got an extra wound, and their 5-up feel no pain works all the time, which is better.
Yes, much
but their ability to do damage is statistically worse than it was before, and
Agreed.
It wasn't that great before. It was good, but you weren't wiping out Marines wholesale.
No, of course not.
If you were lucky, killing 3 in a 10-man squad.
Yeah. But then 15 points a model, mate. Like, you shouldn't be able to kill Marines wholesale for 15 points a model. You're talking about insane durability, strong maneuverability, and just an all-round flexible unit that because the truth is, realistically, probably don't bother with the Death Rider command regular squads. Just take 3 command squads and 3 commanders. And just
That's what I would do. And it's like, I've got, in terms of my models, I had a 10-man squad that I always ran as 2. One of them is my officer because his arm broke and I swapped him out for a power sword. So I've got 2 4-man squads. I've got my Death Rider officer that I converted up. I've got my 2 Death Rider Commissar models, which have moved to Legends. So they will now be my 2 other officers if I wanted to do that sort of build.
Yeah.
I'm still 3 models short of doing another command squad. But yeah,
well, you own the models, you just haven't painted them.
Well, I've got some other models. Yes, they're in boxes that I could build and paint, and it will take a while. So it's feasible.
It's only 3 models, Phil. That will only take you a year.
Well, exactly. Yes. I mean, in terms of the general meta of 9th edition, what everyone is talking about is maneuverability and durability, and you want to hold objectives.
Yeah, which these guys do.
Have that, which is exactly what you want. And if the model gets too close, you can smash them in your face with your clippy-cloppy hooves and that lance thing. You can do that. So that's good.
I mean, here's the thing, right? If it were me, I would take a battalion. I would take 3 commanders, 3 of these, and 3 regular squads of guardsmen, just to have the bodies to move around the battlefield. And then I'd be looking at a tank regiment and just be like, cool, that's my army. And my tank regiment wouldn't be a Krieg regiment if it was competitive play.
No.
But I think that's the thing, right? When you're looking at this and you say to yourself, right, you're talking 105 points for the commander and the command squad. That's ridiculous. Like, that is only 5 points more than a regular intercessor squad. You can't tell me that these guys wouldn't hand it to a regular intercessor squad.
Well, if the intercessor squad got to shoot first,
even then they wouldn't do anything.
I don't know.
What are these intercessors shooting with, Phil? Come on, you tell me.
Let's say they're doing their regular bolt rifles.
Oh, bolt rifles.
The -1 AP.
If they use bolt rifles, they would be terrible. But all right, fine.
Well, assuming they're rapid firing within half range.
Okay, well, I mean, they stood still and they rapid fire at 30 inch range, right?
Oh,
so
yes.
10 shots, let's say 7 hits by the averages. Then let's say 4 wounds, weighing it up. Then we'll say you save. I mean, technically you could say 1, but I'm going to weigh it in your favour and say 2. And then you got 5 up, feel no pain. So say you save 1 of those. They did 1 wound in the opening volley. How many of those are they going to get before you come and shove a spear in their eye?
Well, that's true. I mean, I can shoot them with my BS3 las pistols.
Well, exactly. But eventually, you're going to charge into them, right? And then you're going to have, 11 attacks, hitting on 4s for most of them, but hitting on 3s for 3 of them because one of them's coming from the thing. Then you're going to have a bunch of horse attacks on top of that. You're just going to pound them into dust.
Yeah. I look forward to be running them on the table.
Exactly, they are good. That much we can say.
They are. That's the thing. I think the the command squad version of it is unarguably really good.
Yeah, I can't think
The
of
regular
anything
ones.
that's that.
I don't know why you would ever take them unless you've run out of those first 3 squads, or you want to take a big like screening unit or like a 10-man squad just because you've got the bodies, you want to like outflank them, or just move them up the board as a big squad. I'm not necessarily convinced that that's a viable tactic if they don't have orders, but the other unique squad is the combat engineer squad. Do you want to go through that one?
I will go through that one, thank you very much. Combat engineer squad is comprised of between 4 to 9 engineers, 1 engineer weapon team, and 1 engineer watchmaster. The regular engineer has a movement of 6, a weapon skill of 4+, a ballistic skill of 3+, a strength and toughness of 3, 1 wound, 1 attack, leadership 6, and a 4+ save. I mean, pretty standard.
It's obviously, it used to have weapon skill 3+, but obviously, as we mentioned before, it's down to weapon skill 4+ across the board, unless you're an officer of some kind. But otherwise, it's the same.
And then the engineer weapon team is pretty much the same as what I said before, except it's got 2 wounds and 2 attacks. And then
because it's 2 models, basically.
Because it's 2 models, yes, thank you, Phil. And lastly, we have the engineer watchmaster, which is movement 6, weapon skill 4+, ballistic skill 3+, strength and toughness of 3, 1 wound, 2 attacks, leadership 7, and a 4+ save. So, if this unit contains 1 engineer weapon team model, change the number of engineers this unit can contain to between 2 and 7. If this unit contains 6 or more models, or 1 engineer weapon team model and at least 4 other models, it has a power rating of 4. Every engineer or engineering watchmaster is equipped with engineer shotgun, frag grenades, gas bombs. An engineer weapons team is equipped with mole launcher, frag grenades, and gas bombs. Blimey heck, that's a bunch of stuff.
A few points to say here.
Okay.
Again, they've lost their crack grenades.
Indeed.
A bigger downside is they've lost access to be able to take special weapons. So before, I'm just trying to have a look now.
He's so well prepared.
Watchmaster could could swap out his weapon from the shotgun. He used to be able to take melter bombs. He used to have a chainsaw that he could replace with a different weapon, and up to 2 engineers could replace their shotguns with special weapons. So the special weapons pack is a upgrade kit that Forge World still sell. That it's got the melter guns and plasma guns in, and grenade launcher, stuff like that. So they used to be able to have access to those. Loads of people used to model their weapons like that. I know Toke is an avid engineer fan, and he would regularly have his Hades drills with melter guns coming out from it as well. So it's a bit odd that they've just removed it from here. I guess they're streamlining their range to not do that, but it's odd that they've taken it out when the models still exist for them to make that thing. It doesn't come with the kit. It never has done. It's an extra weapon upgrade that you have to buy. So it's sort of odd that they've removed it from that, and must be really annoying if you have converted up your models to do that. And it's not even a conversion like I've had to go out of my way to do it. It's like a legitimate kit that you buy to upgrade this and the regular squad for weapons.
No, totally. I mean, I understand that is a very odd and frustrating decision. I think there's been a lot of those weird, dare I say, streamlining decisions taken by the rules writing team when it comes to all of these sorts of things, and it's definitely created a bit of a weird situation. So yeah, I can't defend that scenario. I think that's pretty ridiculous, but I guess it is what it is in some respects. But yeah, I mean, I'm not keen that has become reality, but doesn't sound like there's much you can do about it. I mean, in terms of the weapons themselves and what you can take, the engineer shotgun is a range of 12, assault 3, strength 4, and 1 damage, which is good. I mean, when you consider their ballistic skill 3+, the fact that you're going to be shooting 3 shots a man is pretty tasty, especially at straight 4, and well, that's it, just straight 4. But obviously not quite what they used to have, because they used to have access to an ability whereby they could fire a more risky variant of
yes.
shotguns. Right?
The old one was a solid shot, which was a standard one, which is the same profile as you read out, but Assault 2. So arguably gotten better because it's now gone to Assault 3.
Correct. Yeah.
They've lost access to the carcass shot, which was their gets hot version, which was Assault 2 as well. Strength asterisks. But basically you would wound on a 2+ unless you were targeting vehicles, so really good against monsters and even certain non-vehicle Titanic units. So vehicles you would wound on a 6+, but on a hit roll of a 1, the bearer's slain and removed after the shots have been resolved. So it was super deadly. You would quite often kill yourself. It was always a bit fiddly because you would have to roll 2 dice per man and sort of pool them separately, so you would know who's dying and such. But that's no real different than if you've got a squad of Hellblasters and you were doing that as well.
Yeah.
I get that they've lost the wound. I loved the ability because it was really cool. It gave them a niche ability to be like monster hunters, which the Guard Army sort of lacks that kind of ability to wound tougher stuff with infantry. But I get the fact that the kind of poison equivalent weapons seem to be going out of this edition. Things that can just wound things on a 2+ is arguably too good. So I can see why that sort of thing seems like it's coming out of the game. It'll be interesting to see what happens with Drakari, because they've got a lot of poison weapons.
Very
but
much
I think
so, yeah.
And most of those like 4-up though, rather than a 2-up.
4-up, yeah. But there's a few like you could have taken some combos to make them wound on 2s if you took like there's like a specific character that doesn't. There's some stuff you can do, but yeah, majoritively 4s.
So I sort of get it. On one hand, it's fine, but on the other hand, it's that you've lost a bit of flavour. This is the sort of thing that should now be a stratagem that you pay some CP for, and you can do that ability again. Still really thematic, because that's where all the interesting sort of narrative thematic elements seem to now exist, but there are no stratagems, and I can't see an Astra Militarum Codex referencing this specific squad with this ability, unless of course there's something more generic that can apply to this squad, but who knows.
I mean, in other areas of this book, they've referenced both veterans and combat engineers as being essentially the same thing for certain rule scenarios. So potentially there's a chance that they may remember that or include that in the actual Astra Militarum book when it comes out. Or they'll just put a very simple kind of like, FAQ thing in there where it's like, in every instance where we refer to an ability that affects veterans, please also note that this applies to units with combat engineer squad keyword or something. But anyway, so that's that one. You got the mole launcher, which is a novel little weapon. Essentially, it's like a subterranean, missile launcher, which is quite cool. It's range 24, heavy D6. Which seems odd given the fact it's quite clearly a sort of one-shot gun, but whatever. Heavy D6, strength 5, -1, 1 damage, blast. This weapon can target units that are not visible to the bearer, so that's pretty strong, pretty good. Odd that they ended up looking to make it heavy D6 when you look at the actual visual of the weapon, I guess.
Well, I think the thing is, it used to have, back in the day when you had blast markers, it was a small blast template, and everything pretty much got a D6. So I see why it's doing a small explosion. Yeah, so like the idea... it is a very sort of tiny. I guess it's no bigger than it's the equivalent of a mortar, but it just goes underground. And that's D6. So I think that's why. It's lost it had a kind of sort of janky. It said if you inflicted in the old book. If you inflicted any unsaved wounds on the enemy, the unit couldn't advance in its movement phase unless it can fly. Just streamlined it by taking it out. That's fine. And then the last weapon that they've got specifically is the gas bombs. So the gas bombs is grenade D6, range 6, strength 2, -2, 1 damage.
Each time an attack is made with this weapon, a wound roll of 2+ is always successful unless the target is a vehicle or a Titanic unit. So, obviously, contradicting one of the points you just made about...
Exactly. It's made a liar out of me.
Exactly. I mean, I love the fact that we both missed that when you were talking about it.
But, well, the thing is I think there's a difference between a grenade, which predominantly is a one shot per squad.
Yeah.
Whereas the guns were assault 2, so you're getting off lots of shots per model.
Is there not an Astra Militarum stratagem that allows you to throw...
Well, there is. So originally this was just grenade 1. It's now grenade D6, so it's again a blast-esque weapon, and it does in fact have blast as well, so pretty good. But there's the Grenadier's stratagem in the Guard Codex. Assuming that still stays in the next one, then this is a really powerful combination because it allows every member of your squad to fire a grenade.
Yes.
So if you've got your 10-man squad, you can pop out of a vehicle, I guess, like you might be in a Chimera, for example, because you need to get them in range.
Yeah.
You pop it off each model. You're doing 10 D6 shots at your 6-inch range.
Yeah.
You're wounding on 2s. You're minus 2 AP and 1 damage. And if it's blast, you're gonna be doing a lot of shots.
I mean,
that is one of the probably best combos for Krieg. I mean, it was always a good combo. It's just gotten better because the grenade's gone from 1 shot to D6.
Yeah.
It used to be D3 damage, so it's gone down to 1, so at least that sort of toned down, but the fact that you're doing D6 shots with blast makes it way better.
I mean, that's crazy, right? I mean, if you come up against like an Orc Horde army and you chuck one of these guys at them, one of these squads at them, and you take that up against 30 Orc boys, like, if you throw this at 30 Orc boys, that's 60 shots, hitting on 3s, wounding on 2s, ignoring their armour.
Yeah, that's really good.
I mean, that's literally just, all those Orcs are dead.
Yeah. It's it's really good.
I think it's super strong, isn't it?
Getting them in range to pull that off, it's very rare when you to do that normally. It's like my favourite combo with regular Kriegsmen was to do it on a standard guard squad because they would have crack grenades and then you could use it on a harder target such as a vehicle or like some Marines and stuff.
Yeah.
And it worked really well, but now they've lost that. They've lost access to crack. These are the next best guys to use that ability on.
Oh, totally.
Because quite often before, I would always favour going carcass shots on my shotguns over the grenadiers, because the grenade before was 1 shot for everyone, but it was 2 shots wounding on 2s. But you risk killing yourself. But I would always take that risk.
Yeah.
Whereas now,
can you do this? Can you do this as Overwatch as well, that Grenadier stratagem?
I believe so, but again, you've got to be within that 6-inch range, so it's going to be harder to pull off.
No, of course, but if someone is crazy enough to charge you within 6 and you just go, what the hell?
Yeah, I mean, you're only hitting on 6s, but if they had a large squad where you're doing a minimum of 3 or minimum of 6 per guy, that's probably worth it.
I would say so.
You're going to kill a couple of guys if you do hit.
I mean, that's the thing, though. The fact that if you've got a unit of gaunts, a unit of any horde thing is going to hate you if you do this to them. They'll be like, you're like, I understand there's going to be a little bit of blast in the game somewhere. And then someone turns up and goes, how's about these engineers? And, I mean, to sweeten the pot, so to speak, they also do have the Sapper's ability, which is essentially deep striking, as we call it, i.e. go in reserves and then arrive outside of 9 during the reinforcement step. That's not obviously going to work for the grenades because gas bombs, because they only have a range of 6. But, again, it's still something to give you a bit more tactical flexibility. And the only other ability they have is Engineer Weapon Team, which is that an Engineer Weapon Team counts as 2 models for the purposes of a transport capacity, or is basically considered to be a heavy weapons team. So there you go. That's the combat engineers. I mean, genuinely, Phil, and obviously we're at some point, shed a tear for the loss of grenadiers and and commissars and all the other stuff that's gone away. But what they've left you with is, in all seriousness, actually a very, very strong selection of units. I mean, I think, without wanting to sound too, rose-tinted about it all, I think this is actually some of the best guard units in the game currently, is what you've got here. Are they what they used to be? No. Is the loss of weapon skill 3 a downer for people who've been used to that? Obviously, yes, but I still think there's a lot of viability in that. There's some good units there.
Yeah, so I guess at some point we get onto the Hades drill, which combos with the engineers, because the one thing everyone lamented in 8th edition is you couldn't take them together, which is something you always historically could, and you used the Hades drill to basically give deep strike to the engineers, because they would come up from the ground, they would come after the drill, and arrive sort of on the same turn. So it's sort of weird that they've just... Well, when we get to the Hades drill, they allow you to do that combination still. You can still take your engineers with your Hades drill.
Yeah.
But weirdly, on top of that, they've just gone, you don't need the Hades drill. These guys can just deep strike without it, which thematically is really sort of wrong, unless you sort of say they're digging underground or something and they're just coming up on their own to do the last few meters or something. It's a bit odd, but game-wise, it's a really cool mechanic.
Yeah.
It allows you to use these guys to score a lot of secondary objectives.
Yeah.
They can come out, they can either shoot stuff off the board, they can do actions. It suddenly turns your very slow army, with the exception of your Death Riders, into a super mobile army where you can take lots of combat engineer squads and they can all deep strike around the board. You can take your Death Riders, who can either move up the board or they can all outflank off the board. That mobility, I think, is going to be pretty huge.
I mean,
but that's good.
Engineers are pricey, though. They're 8 points a model, which is a lot for Guard.
Yeah. I mean, they're sort of like the elite Guard with their better ballistic skill, better save. But they're still 1 wound models, toughness 3, so they do die pretty easily.
Yeah. I mean, I think a 5-man Scion squad is a little bit more expensive. I think the Scions are 9 points a model, right?
Oh, I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, I think they're coming
in
something
like that. Yeah,
I think they're coming in sort of 9, but then they've got the hotshot lasgun, which is very strong, but then they haven't got access to the gas bomb, because obviously, a unit that can potentially delete a 30-man squad of Horde, i.e. Orcs or Tyranids or whatever it happens to be, if you're in a matchup scenario where you're going to see some Horde, or even in a tournament scenario, one squad of these guys will one-shot an Orc squad, assuming you can get in range. I mean, that is not something that you can underestimate in competitive
It's
scenarios.
hard to pull it off, but that's sort of, if you're going for that stratagem, I think you need to put them in a Chimera.
Yeah.
So they can immediately, as soon as they've come out of a transport, pull that off.
Yeah.
You can't really do it running up the board. You can't do it coming from deep strike until the following turn.
Yeah.
And your opponent will probably be aware of that strategy, so they will prioritise killing them. Because those guys are also probably going to be on objectives or doing stuff. So
yeah. But I regardless of the Horde scenario, though, as well, by the way, there are lots of other squads that want nothing to do with that. I can't think of too many things in the game that are going to appreciate having this thrown at them, because, again, to use our favourite, the Intercessor squad, they ain't going to enjoy 10d6 worth of gas bombs going off in their faces. Neither is, a unit of Terminators, or a unit of Aggressors, or a unit of insert tough thing that's usually hard to get rid of in a squad, Centurions, or obliterators, or whatever it happens to be.
It's only 1 damage, but it should add up.
Well, it's just the amount of shots, though, right?
Yeah.
And the fact it's -2, it's it's rough. It's rough.
Yeah. No, that's good.
So there you go. That's the Krieg stuff. Look, I mean, we all know that it wasn't everything that everyone wanted for the Krieg, but I think when you look at it objectively, you can see some value in this army or in these units. are you really going to want to take a 100% pure Krieg list in a competitive setting? No, probably not. But are Death Riders and Engineers incredible? Yes. So
yeah, I mean, in terms of what you had in an index, you from a face value, you've just lost a lot. So Karis Venner gone to Legends.
Yeah.
Marshall we've still got.
Yeah.
Turn the page. Field Officer we've lost. I think he's in Legends. Squadron Commander we've got. Infantry Squad is now just generic Astra Militarum Codex. So you've lost your weapon skill, you've lost your crack grenades. Otherwise, it's sort of still the same. You've lost your access to a platoon standard, which I quite liked before, which was +1 to your leadership. But now you can take heavy weapon squads because historically you never could. You've also, the Watchmasters always had las guns by default, but the standard Astra Militarum ones don't have that, and they probably need to FAQ it that you can, so you're actually WYSIWYG. Yeah. Because technically you're sort of playing an illegal model there, because all the guardsmen's, the generic Krieg guardsmen, Watchmasters, all have just las guns, unless you convert it up. The Grenadier squads have gone to Legends, which we'll talk about if we get to do a segment on the Legends. The Light Centaur Assault Carrier, also Legends. Storm Chimera, Legends. Krieg Command Squad, Legends. Combat Engineer Squad, we do get to keep. Def Corps Commissar, Legends. Quartermaster Cadre, Legends. Rider Command Squad, we get to keep. Def Rider Commissar, also Legends. Def Rider Squadron, we get to keep. Def Corps Heavy Weapons Squad, I guess, is the Astra Militarum Codex one, but the weird thing here is you used to be able, or you still can, to this day, buy the Twin Heavy Stubber Heavy Weapons team. Now there's just no rules for that. It's not in the Legends PDF. It's not in the Astra Militarum Codex. I can't see it being in a codex in the future unless they release a new Heavy Weapons team kit for standard Astra Militarum. So it's weird it's not included in here or in the Legends, and to me that just seems like a weird oversight.
Agreed.
It's one of the few times. You
didn't say the most important one that went to Legends though, Phil.
Oh, well, I haven't got there yet. I was still reading.
Oh, we're still going through. Okay, keep going, mate. Keep going.
Well, the last one is the the Mars Alpha Lehman Russ battle tanks. And now you...
No, not that one, Phil.
No, I know.
All right, okay.
Well, the thing you're thinking about is a generic Astra Militarum one, but we'll talk about it in a second. The Mars Alpha Lehman Russ battle tank, you now lose. It used to have a +1 to its save against strength 4 or less weapons. It doesn't have that in the Legends version. Either the Legends version just gives it a couple of extra weapon options, which we can talk about if we talk about Legends. But the thing you're talking about is the Gorgon, which is the super heavy transport, also absent from the Forge World Compendium, especially since it's a model that they still sell. They have been selling for this year. So I imagine when this book was written, it wasn't on sale because it was out of stock for a few years.
Yeah.
What is really confusing though is they moved it to Legends in the Legends PDF, so they're quite explicit about that. If it wasn't in there, you might think they would add it to the Forge World Compendium FAQ as a bit of a sorry, we made a mistake. It's added here. So it's a Forge World model. They still sell it on the Forge World website as a Krieg unit, but it's weirdly in Legends now. Yeah. I don't understand that at all.
Yeah, I don't understand that either, mate. But yeah, I feel like we've certainly talked about that as much as we probably need to over the course of the last few episodes. But yeah, it's stupid. It's a massive, irritating and/or short-sighted oversight that ultimately makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. It's stupid.
As we highlighted in the last episode, there are Forge World items in this book that they don't sell anymore.
Correct.
But they've given it rules, so it's just a really inconsistent thing. I don't mind it if they're going to get rid of every model that doesn't have a specific model that they sell. They don't get a data sheet. That's cool. But again, weirdly, so the Death Rider Commander doesn't have an official model. The Death Rider Command Squad doesn't have an official model. There's no distinction between that and the regular squad. It's the same model that you buy. But then Karis Venner, who's a named character but always use the same model, they moved to Legends. It's a bit odd.
Had you still had him, he wouldn't have been able to access a warlord trait because he would have had to have used Inspired Leader. But
his +1 leadership, which again probably like you just wouldn't have taken him then.
Yeah.
Well, we can talk about him in Legends because there's stuff wrong with him as well.
There's a lot to unpack when we get to that side of the conversation. So when it comes to the rest of the Imperial Index Compendium, Armour Compendium, Thingamabib, and the Astra Militarum, there are no fewer than, hang on, let me just get through it. Here we go. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pages of heavy support. Then you've got 3 pages of flyers, 2 pages of dedicated transports, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
6 flyers.
Hang on. No, we did the
And
flyers.
the fortification.
7 Lords of War and a fortification.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot.
It's all about the big stuff with these guys. They've got no Forge World, Fast Attack, or Elite choices. It's all about the big boys. So, right, okay. Heavy support. Now, conscious for time now, Phil. We've already done like an hour and a half on just Krieg, which, to be fair, I can't say I'm surprised about. So, let's try and get this next bit in to a solid hour. You know, like a good old hour.
Well, let's do a couple of top picks
of the heavy support section. So, which heavy support choice would you like to choose first? Would you, by any chance, want to start off with the drill, or would you like to do something else initially?
Where's the drill? Let's do the drill just because that is the Kriegist one. That's
the Kriegiest of all the things.
Although I believe it isn't even a heavy sport; it's a dedicated transport.
Correct. Yes. So we've sort of jumped around a bit here, but yes.
So the Hades breaching drill is a movement of 6. It's a weapon skill and a ballistic skill of 4+. It's a strength of 6, a toughness of 7. It has 7 wounds. Its attacks are D3 plus 3. Its leadership is 7, and its save is a 3+.
Mm-hmm.
And let me just see if I can find the old one for some comparison. Here we are. So it's let's see. So its weapon skill's gone down because it used to be 3+. It's now a 4+. So that's not good. Its strength has gone up by 1. Its wounds and toughness are the same. Its attacks, which used to be D6, is now D3 plus 3, so arguably way better, just because of the consistency. But otherwise, stat-wise, is pretty much the same. It used to be able to take vets under no engineers, but now it can do both. It's also armed with the Melter Cutter Drill, which is a close combat weapon. It's times 2 strength, so strength 12, minus 4 AP, flat D3 damage. Each time it makes an attack with a weapon against a building, that attack automatically hits the target. Each time an attack made with this weapon targets a vehicle unit, it has an attack characteristic of 6.
Damage
characteristic of 6.
Yes.
Which is similar to what it had before. It used to be D3 damage, I believe, but when it attacked a vehicle, it was D6.
Yeah.
So the fact that it's now gone from flat 3 and to flat 6 damage is huge. That's really good.
It's massive,
annoying.
yeah.
Its weapon skill's gone down 1, but that's sort of the general power up for the course with these things.
If I roll for it, Phil, in combat, I got 5 attacks because I rolled a 4. Hitting on 4s. I hit 4 times. 1, 1, 2 4s, a 5 and a 6. And I'm now going to be wounding I don't know, what are we saying? What are we saying? A Land Raider or a...
Yeah, I'm doing Land Raider.
Okay, so freeze. So I wound 3 times. So the Land Raider has got a 6-up save against these. I saved none of them. It's just taken 18 wounds. It's dead.
Pretty cool.
I mean, that was quite lucky in that instance. But
all your rolls in these examples are always obscenely good.
Well, let me do it again. Let me do one more again. Here we go. Right, I'll roll again for the attacks. Okay, 5 attacks again. Right, that was a 3 that time, though. Hitting on 4s. I only hit 3 times this time. Wounding on 3s. I only wounded twice this time. 6-up saves. It failed both of those. It took 12 wounds. I mean, it wouldn't be dead. But that's nothing to stick your nose up at.
More than 12 wounds, hasn't it?
Huh?
The Land Raider's got more than 12 wounds.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not dead, but it's taken 12 wounds, so it's not having a fun time.
So the main thing it's got is its abilities as well. It's subterranean assault. During deployment, you can set up this unit underground instead of setting it up on the battlefield, basically like deep strike. If you do, you can also set up 1 regiment veteran squad or regiment combat engineer squad. Interestingly, they've used a regiment keyword here because that actually implies you can take combat engineer squads for other regiments. But in these rules, they only give you the Krieg regiment one. So that's interesting. Does that mean they're sort of unlock in a future codex? Who knows?
Who knows?
And maybe it's only the Krieg ones that specifically get deep strike without it. Maybe it's just an error. Who knows? You can set them underground with it. And then basically you have an ability to do deep strike where you all come down at the same time, anywhere on the battlefield, 3 inches of each other and more than 9 inches away from enemy models. So basically you can give yourself, as the Hades drill, plus 1 other unit, the ability to deep strike. Cool for veterans which don't have it. Really weird for combat engineers which do get it already. Unless, of course, another kind of non-Krieg combat engineer squad materialises at some point. You've also got specialist operators. If your army is battle forged, you can only include 1 of this unit in a detachment for each regiment veterans or regiment combat engineer squad in the same detachment. So that's quite cool. You basically have to take the squads to unlock the Hades drill because it's a dedicated transport. You get a Whirling Blades ability, which is a 4+ invulnerable save against close combat attacks. And you explode on a 6-up, doing 1 mortal wound within 3 inches. So the problem I've always had with Hades drills is they have no way of really getting into combat from deep strike. There's no stratagems or abilities which, when you come down from deep strike, to buff your 9-inch roll that you need to make.
Yeah.
Currently, there still isn't. So they're cool, and I'll definitely take them because they're better. But you still might just have them being shot at for a turn currently, but you don't know what's going to happen in the future with a Astra Militarum codex.
Yeah.
They do have the vehicle keyword. So maybe there could be some synergy there in a codex without explicitly talking about Hades breaching drills, but I don't know.
You could take, maybe Gilliman doesn't give +1 to charges to Imperium units anymore. Maybe he only does it to Space Marines. But you could take Gilliman, and then he could give him +1. Yeah, look, I mean, I think they're amazing. I think the thing is, like, when you're up against a Land Raider, the likelihood of you doing anything killing it is probably more 50-50. But if you're up against any other tank, toughness 7, even toughness 8 tanks, with a 3+ save, you're just murking them. Like, as long as you get that charge off, you're going to kill something. I mean, I did another roll while you were talking through the things, and I did another 12 damage again, and that was off of 6 attacks that time.
Ooh.
So I mucked up on the wounding side of things, but yeah, I mean, 12 damage is enough to kill most things. I mean, you'll kill dreadnoughts.
That's sort of an average tank wounds profile, isn't it?
Yeah, you'll kill dreadnoughts. You'll kill.
Well, you might not kill a dreadnought because they have. Is it the -1 damage for close combat as well?
Yeah, but that still means they're taking 5 damage each.
Oh, that's true. So
they're still killing
that
dreadnoughts.
would actually kill it. Yeah,
you're still killing dreadnoughts. You're still killing. You're not killing Redemptor dreadnoughts with that, but you are killing every other type of dreadnought. So yeah, I mean, I just think they're very strong. Very strong. And again, not an obscenely expensive unit for what you're paying. I mean, again, this guy's coming in at 80 points, which, okay, fair enough, isn't nothing, but 80 points that, assuming you get a charge off, you can guarantee drilling your way through some pretty expensive hardware. I mean, if you get this thing into, a gladiator or, any of the other big scary tanks that are doing the rounds, it'll mince it. So, I think it's very strong. I like it.
Yeah, obviously you've got to pay the ability. You've got to take the engineers to get it, which is worth it. It means you're probably then not taking them in Chimera or something for that kind of Grenadier strat, unless you're taking multiple squads.
Well, there's nothing saying that you can't take the Chimera by. So you take the Chimera because you've purchased an infantry squad, and then
you can still take them both. But what I'm saying is, if you're loading up on Hades drills and engineers, will you have another engineer squad left over to pop in a transport to do the other trick?
Well, no, because you just don't. You just have the Hades drills operate independently.
Oh, yes, okay, yeah, you're right. So you can you take the engineers to unlock the Hades drill.
Yeah.
You deep strike the Hades drill. You don't deep strike the engineers.
Yep.
Which is weird but doable because the model is very much is operated by a person.
Yeah.
It's not really an independent thing, but in various editions it has gone from a model that has to be attached to a squad to operate it and a independent vehicle, even though it technically shouldn't be.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, that's a doable way of doing it actually. Yeah. Okay, that's
now,
good.
It's not a thematic or a it's not the way you'd want to do it in normal games, but if you're looking at it as a competitive build option, it's something to put in there. I would probably, again, thinking more and more about it, based on what we've had in terms of the conversation, I think, battalion, 3 Death Rider commanders, 3 Death Rider command squads, 3 units of infantry, and then probably 1 unit of grenadiers, 1 Chimera, and 1 Hades drill, and then put the engineers in the Chimera, but then just have the Hades drill operating separately.
If you were to, and this is sort of how I'm thinking about it at the moment, if you would take engineers, Hades drills, Death Riders, if you do have grenadiers, take them as a separate detachment, so they're scions for tournament to play. Obviously, if you're not doing that, you don't need to. You can just play them as grenadiers. That's cool. But if you do take them as scions, they can also deep strike. So pretty much every model can deep strike or outflank in some way.
Yeah.
Obviously, only half your army can, but that gives you a ton of flexibility to make them way more mobile than they ever were, which I think is a positive step for them.
Absolutely. And then you can still look at a tank regiment as well. And it's all pretty cool. And if you were looking at a tank regiment, you might think to yourself, why wouldn't I want to take myself a Malcador of some description? But I wanted to talk about the Malcador because the Malcador is quite a iconic-y, Forge World-y, big-ish tank, right? So, I mean...
It's how the Lehman Russ should probably look. It's more inspired by a World War I tank than the Lehman Russ, which is what the Lehman Russ was inspired by.
Yeah. And these things are, I mean, miniature-wise, they're gorgeous. Rules-wise, they've always been a bit interesting in the last edition because they never really kind of fully realised their potential entirely, but now...
Yeah, well, they did briefly. There was a golden era of early 9th edition when the Guard Codex got an FAQ update. These Malcador tanks gained grinding advance, so their turret weapon could shoot twice. And they still had their cool special rules, so the Malcador Defender could get its special Overwatch ability. And that was the heyday, so it was several months during a pandemic when no one can play with them. And now they don't have those special rules, they don't have grinding advance, so they're arguably worse, But I think the problem when you look at it from that point of view is grinding advance makes everything rubbish.
Yes.
So that's why I think grinding advance either needs to change in the new codex or they need to take it out, because then all of a sudden everything in this compendium becomes viable because it's on a parity to the Lehman Russ. Currently, the grinding advance rule just makes the Lehman Russ outperform everything else.
Yes.
Ever. So It's like, why would you take anything other than a Lehman Russ?
I totally agree.
But yeah, go through the Malcador stats and we can...
All right. So a Malcador has multiple profiles dependent upon how many wounds it has. I'll talk you through its top bracket, which is 10 or more wounds. So that's movement 10, weapon skill 6+, ballistic skill 4+, strength 7, toughness 8, 18 wounds. So just a little bit more wounds than a Lehman Russ, right? They're like 16.
Well, they're 12 normally.
Oh, 12. Okay, fine. 3 attacks, leadership 7, and a 3+ save. As you degrade, so 5 to 9 wounds, you become movement 7, ballistic skill 5+, and have D3 attacks. And when you're on 1 to 4 wounds, you become movement 4, ballistic skill 6+, and you only have 1 attack. A Malcador is equipped with 2 autocannons, a battle cannon, and a heavy bolter. This model's 2 autocannons can be replaced with 2 heavy bolters or 2 las cannons. This model's heavy bolter can be replaced with 1 autocannon or 1 las cannon. This model can be equipped with 1 hunter-killer missile, and this model can be equipped with 1 storm bolter or 1 heavy stubber. It's got the smoke launcher's ability, which you need to see Codex Astra Militarum for. And if you make it dead, it could explode. So essentially, and if it does explode, it does D6 mortal wounds, which is not insubstantial for those of us who have suffered at the hands of D6 mortal wounds. So this is the standard boilerplate Malcador. It comes in at 210 points, which doesn't feel like a bad price, but obviously is let down when compared to the Lehman Russes at the moment, which are what, like 160?
Yeah, sort of. I think if you had a fully loaded up tank commander, it would, with sponsons, then you're probably looking at a similar price for the Malcador. Yeah, an average Lehman Russ bog standard is 150, 160, and depending on the turret option, it goes up in price along with sponsons. So for an extra 5 wounds, that's not too shabby, and it's got some slightly better weapon options. Obviously, it can't shoot twice. Obviously, it can't take tank orders, and obviously, there's no tank commander version of it either. So it's sort of let down by those options.
Yes, agreed. It's its lack of compatibility with the rest of the codex that lets it down. Not necessarily what it is, but what it isn't. Is really the problem with it.
So there's a couple of other variants. There's the Malcador Annihilator, which is just a twin las cannon instead of a battle cannon on the front. It's also got the Demolisher cannon, which I don't think the standard one has.
No, so the standard one's just a battle cannon.
The standard one kind of looks a bit ugly on the front when you look at it, because where the Annihilator has got a big Demolisher cannon on the hull, where normally, say, a las cannon, for example, would be on a Lehman Russ. It's got Demolisher cannon, which looks really cool. On the standard Malcador, it's like a piddly little heavy bolter and just looks very odd. It's a bit weird that this one can't take the Demolisher, but then having 2 big guns sort of makes sense. Or it makes sense to not have it. You've got the Malcador Defender, which is one of my favourite ones, where you have no big gun. You've got you have a Demolisher, but it's on the hull, and you have 7 heavy bolters. So 2 of those are in the sponsons, and you've got 5 in the tower, so to speak, which is hilarious because it's just a lot of shots. And during the glory days, when it could have grinding advance, the Demolisher weapon was still counted as the turret weapon for the purposes of grinding advance, so it could shoot twice with it, which made this one the best one, hands down, in that era, especially when it natively had a +1 to Overwatch as well, which it now has lost, which is really sad because it was kind of cool. But then you could also combo it with the defensive gunner stratagem, so you were overwatching on a 4 rather than a 5. So a bit sad, but that one's arguably still pretty good because heavy bolt is now 2 damage.
Mm-hmm.
You're just doing a lot of shots. That's pretty cool. My favourite now, in terms of which one is probably the best, is probably the Malcador Infernus, which has just got a massive Inferno gun. I've said it several times on the podcast. I bought mine at the end of 7th edition, got the massive teardrop Apocalypse Flamer template, and then, 6 months later, a new edition rolls around and they get rid of those templates completely.
Yeah.
So that one's actually gotten better because, one, it's a flame gun, so it automatically hits. Its range is 18. It's heavy 3d6 shots, which is up because it used to be 2d6. Yeah. It's strength 7. Minus 2 AP and 2 damage. It lost its kind of chem gun version, which was a poison weapon, so it would wound on a 2+. Mm-hmm. But arguably the strength 7 minus 2 damage version was always better anyway, as a more of an all-rounder. So I think that one's really good.
I agree.
Range, it's no matter what bracket you're on, you're always hitting. And it's strength 7 minus 2 damage is going to murder Marines for days. You're wounding on 3s, they're getting a 5-up save, and then they're dead.
I mean, also by far and away one of the nicest looking of all of the Malcador kits. I think bizarrely it's got a slightly different sort of chassis design to it, ever so subtly. I mean, in a way, it's weird when you look at it. I think
it's the same chassis, but the gun is so big it fundamentally sort of changes the front profile of it. Plus, it has a full tanker carriage being wheeled around like a van at the back for all the extra fuel. So it's a very long unit. Yeah. And again, more terrain makes bigger models harder to maneuver around, and this is a very long model, so trying to squeeze it in the deployment zone in and around lots of terrain might be a bit difficult. Trying to move around might be quite difficult. So that's always the downside with super heavies now, I think. It's not even a super heavy. It used to be in I think 7th edition, but now it's a heavy.
And as a heavy support, I think it has become even more viable because of the fact that you don't have to pay the CP to take it as a Lord of War, and I think that's actually really benefited this particular flavour of Malcador. The Infernus is a very strong option, and from a pricing perspective, not in terms of in-game points perspective, but actual monetary pricing, there's only a £4 difference between a standard Malcador and the Malcador Infernus, and I struggle to understand exactly why it's only £4, because it looks like such a more substantial miniature than your standard Malcador for only £4 extra. But there you go. One of those strange instances where it almost represents relative value. But yeah, I mean, in terms of its points, it's 250 points for the Infernus. So yeah, pretty tasty. So there you go, Malcadors. A sort of Lehman Russ that you've probably never really thought about, but they are there and they are good. And depending on what happens with Lehman Russes going forwards, maybe could be a viable option in the future. But at the moment, you're just going to stick with those Lehman Russes, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly. I think with the Malcador Infernus before, you would just take 2 Hellhounds, because then they're kind of equivalent points and equivalent damage output. But now this one does 3d6. I think it is. And 3d6 and 2 damage, I think it's probably tips it into the worth playing with category.
Totally. Anything else you want to highlight from the heavy sports, Phil? I mean, we've only really done 2 things. We haven't actually done 2. We've just done 1, the Malcador. So what would you like to highlight?
Let's have a quick look at the Cyclops demolition vehicle. It's a fan favourite, I guess. It's
by fan favourite, do you just mean a Phil favourite?
The thing is, I fell in love with it at the start of 8th edition and fell out of love with it when it went to 60 points because I thought that was too much. And when you realise that the range of the gun before used to be D6, so if you rolled a 1, you would automatically miss because you couldn't be in combat and fire it. So it was too weird and random and niche, and I sort of feel like they haven't necessarily solved that problem per se. You used to be able to take them in squads of 3, which was cool, but now you can just take them in squads of 1. It's got a movement of 10, a weapon skill of 6+, a ballistic skill of 4+, which is important, strength 4, toughness 6, 4 wounds, 1 attack, leadership 10, which seems puzzling when the Malcadors used to be, I think, leadership 7 and then went down to 6.
I mean, so it doesn't have any human crew or anything, though, does it?
No, I think it's because it's like an automated robot, but then it doesn't really ever use leadership again unless it's psychic power based, because it's only one model. There's no squads or anything like that. And a Saber 3+, if I didn't mention it before, and it's equipped with a Cyclops demolition charge, which is a range of 6 inches. So it used to be D6, it's now flat 6. That's amazing. Heavy 2D6. Which is really good, which is what it used to be before. Strength 9, -2 and D3 damage, and it gains the blast special rule. But the thing that is lost is that it used to automatically hit its targets. So now it's got some special rules. It's got the demolition vehicle special rule. When this unit is selected to shoot it with its Cyclops demolition charge, you may target and resolve attacks against every visible unit within range, friendly and enemy. After this unit shoots with its Cyclops demolition charge, it is destroyed. In addition, this model cannot control objectives or perform actions. A nice little touch. So that's cool. It's sort of gotten better by making it flat 6-inch range. It's gotten worse because you've actually now got a roll to hit with those things, even though you're hitting everything in range. But your weapon skill's 4+, so you're doing 2d6 shots and you're only going to hit with half.
Yeah.
So,
but if you get the positioning right with this, you could potentially have this guy trigger and hit as many as 3 units.
Yeah, it's always been tricky though. Some people would always swear by them. I always found people know to shoot at them, so they just shoot at them. The fact that they're vehicles means they don't get benefit of cover, but they are so small you can kind of hide them behind stuff.
Oh, totally.
It's heavy, so you can't advance and shoot. So yeah, the 10 inches is good movement. It's just trying to get it into that position. It takes a couple of turns. You've got to hide it in places and hope your opponent sort of forgets about them, and then you can spring it on them.
Yeah.
It's great. Potentially, it's great to actually outflank them now. Spend a CP to put them in strategic reserve. Spend a turn coming on the board and another turn moving into position and blowing up, because then they can come in from the sides, and on smaller boards that might be more viable. It's got 2 more special rules. It's got compact. This model can embark within and disembark from Astra Militarum transport models as if it were infantry. If it does, it takes up 6 models. This model cannot shoot in the turn in which it disembarks, which is really disappointing, but I understand it. It's cool because it used to be an old rule that wasn't in 8th edition. So Chimeras, for example, or Gorgons, they could roll out and blow up. That was a really cool thing, so I'm glad to see it's back. I totally get why it can't blow up on the turn it disembarks, because that would be far too good.
Yes.
A fun little thematic thing, maybe have a turn 1 a Chimera up the board, turn 2 this disembarks and hides somewhere, turn 3 it's on an objective blowing a bunch of stuff up. It also explodes when it does roll a d6 on a 5-up. It explodes, and everyone within 6 inches suffers d3 mortal wounds. And as we mentioned before, it can't shoot again when it's a Krieg model. If it blows up, if it gets shot at and it doesn't blow up, then it could. Assuming you're within range of something. If you're shot and you're in your own lines, then that's not very good at all. So yeah, I mean, I sort of thought I'd mention it because it's interesting, but I still don't think it's good.
Well, you say that. I think, again, depending on positioning, depending on the fact that it triggers and hits every unit that is eligible within 6, is potentially strong, right? Because again, if you position this correctly and you maneuver it into a large kind of area of units and HQ choices and all this other kind of stuff. Like, if you get this guy positioned just right, you could potentially take out a huge amount of stuff. Admittedly,
the problem is you've got to make sure you don't take out your stuff as well.
Well, yeah,
because you've kind of got to get it up the board.
Yeah,
that's also where you want all of your stuff to go.
Yes.
Whereas I actually think maybe hanging them in reserve, outflanking on the side, and basically what you're doing is you're taking out one or two units that are sort of a bit further back in their deployment zone, so they don't have the firepower to take that out on the turn it comes in on deep strike.
Yeah.
But then you can sort of swarm in and try and take out their units, like on an objective, or just some like backfield heavy hitters like vehicles, or long range shooting squads.
Yeah, I think there's certainly options and ways that this could be good. The only thing I was curious about and I wanted to sort of quickly highlight is the weird thing to consider, though, as well, with the way this demolition vehicle rule works is, how does it interact with Lookout Sir? Can I target a character if they're within 3 of a unit of 3 or more models?
Well, here I would assume so, because the whole point is it's an explosion and hitting everything within range. It says you resolve the attacks against every visible unit within range.
Yes.
Friendly and enemy. It doesn't say suitable targets, which is where things like the Lookout Serval would come in and override this one.
Yeah.
So I would say yes, you would be hitting everything.
Yeah, that would be my assumption as well. I just wanted to kind of clarify that. And that is where potentially this can get quite devastating, because all of a sudden having this guy move into a position, and again, you're talking 50 points here, but with
50 points. The fact it's gone back to 50, I'm quite happy about.
Yeah.
That was always like its sweet point of it's worth taking for 50 points.
Yeah, but let's say, for example, and again, I'll do the old roll. Here we go, right? So, say, for example, I position this perfectly, and now I'm within range of 2 Space Marine characters and a squad of 5 intercessors, right? So, we'll do against the captain first. I only rolled 3 shots on that one, of which I didn't hit any, so we're off to a rip-roaring start there. The lieutenant has been hit 11 times. Of which I've already hit him 6 times of the 6 dice I've just rolled, and then the 5 remaining, I hit him another 3, so that's 9 hits on a lieutenant, wounding on 3s or something, so he's just taken 5 wounds. Hang on, another 4 dice. Okay, so he's taken 8 wounds, is that? No, 7 wounds. And he's passed 1 save. No, he's already dead. So you killed a lieutenant there, so you've already got your points back. And then against the squad of intercessors, you've done 8 shots. Oh, this is without me even doing D3 damage, Jesus. And then you've hit 5 times against the intercessors, and then you've done 3 wounds against the intercessors, of which they have failed 2 saves, and 1's dead. Another's dead. There you go. You killed a lieutenant and 2 intercessors for 50 points.
Yeah, I think that highlights the real power is being able to just wipe out characters, because you're doing 2d6 shots against characters. Like, that is pretty huge.
Yeah, it's massive.
Against the squad of Marines, and it's like, they're 2 wounds, you do d3 damage, which is a bit swingy. Like I said, I don't think you kill as many infantry, but characters, this thing could be where it's at.
Yeah, I think so. I think,
or just being a nuisance, like going onto the midfield, which is where everyone wants to be.
Yeah.
And just being like, cool, if you come for my objective in the middle, I'm going to be hitting 5 of your squads, plus which includes the characters. Like, that's a good deterrent.
And if you're using standard Games Workshop terrain, these are the easiest things to hide. Because all of the Cities of Death stuff, or not the Cities of Death, sorry, the Sector Imperialis, the distance between the floor and the window is about 1.5 inches or 2 inches.
Yes.
And this thing's what, 1 inch high?
Yes. The downside is it's a vehicle, so it can't go through the walls.
True.
But you can like hug that terrain just to stay out of line of sight, and then go through that open door or that big sort of archway.
Yeah.
around to actually hit something.
Totally.
It's always been fun in 8th edition when you could pull it off, because it was a bit harder. So the fact that you auto hit made it really good, but you had to roll d6 to actually be in range.
Yeah.
And quite often you would just miss automatically, which was super frustrating.
Yeah.
But now that sort of the range issue's fixed, but now you got to roll to hit. It's like an annoying trade-off. Whereas if they just made it auto hit, it would be, I guess it would just be too good.
Yeah.
Because it really would be.
Oh, it would be insane.
It does require, I think, a bit of skill in terms of just getting it into position. That's the hardest bit. But if you can do that and you can pull it off, might be quite good.
Oh, incredible. If you can pull it off, if you can get the positioning right, this thing is awesome. Cool, right. Let me choose one more heavy support then. Hang on. The Colossus Bombard. That's a thing. Let's talk about the Colossus Bombard. So, the Colossus Bombard is a big tank with a big gun, or rather, a normal-sized tank with a big gun. A Colossus Bombard, no less. So, it's got 3 different variants of profile, depending on how many wounds it's got. If it's got 7 or more wounds, it's got a movement of 8, so not the quickest thing in the world. A weapon skill of 6+, a ballistic skill of 4+, a strength of 7, a toughness of 8, 12 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 7, and a 3+ save. When it's got between 4 and 6 wounds, it turns to movement 6, weapon skill 6. Oh, hang on, that doesn't change. Ballistic skill 5+, and attacks T3. And when it's got 1 to 3 wounds, it's got a movement of 4, ballistic skill 6+, and 1 attack. This unit contains 2 models. Okay, so if this unit contains 2 models, that's an important thing. Colossus Bombards come in squadrons. Forgot to mention
yes,
that.
but it has the vehicle squadron rule, so they separate out at the start of the game.
Correct, yes, but you can take 3 of these as one heavy support choice.
Yeah, I mean, that's always been the way.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Not everyone knows all this stuff already, Phil. Come on now.
Well, that's true.
Exactly. So if this unit contains 2 models, it has a power rating of 16, and if it contains 3 models, it has a power rating of 24. Every model is equipped with a Colossus Siege Mortar. And a Colossus Siege Mortar is range 240.
Quite a lot.
I mean, given that Games Workshop has obviously gone on a campaign to decrease the size of the battlefield, I can't foresee too many instances where that range of 240 is going to be needed. But I suppose it could happen, right?
Well, yeah, I guess the thing is, Apocalypse has its own rule set, so it doesn't need that range for this game.
No.
But yeah, it's cool to say that it can just shoot anywhere.
Exactly. It can shoot 2 tables down. And it's heavy 3d3, and it does have the blast special rule. Strength 6, -2 d3 damage. This weapon can target units that are not visible to the bearer. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, the target does not receive the benefits of cover for that attack. So bear in mind, they've not stated light cover, they've just said all benefits of cover. So technically, you are not -1 to hit something if it's in a piece of dense terrain, for example.
I still think it does, because that affects you, the shooter, not the defender. Potentially, I'm not entirely sure. We'd have to double check that one.
Yeah, because normally they're very specific about the sort of cover you ignore, and normally it's light cover.
Yeah, and there's a sort of a weird rule where if you're shooting artillery that ignores line of sight, but you're still shooting when you draw that line through dense cover, you're still technically -1.
Correct, yeah.
It seems really silly, but that's apparently what it is. Yeah.
Where it goes in it. But yeah, this model can be equipped with 1 hunter-killer missile, and this model can be equipped with 1 stormbolter or 1 heavy stubber. It is a vehicle squadron, it has smoke launchers, and it can explode, and when it does so, it does D3 mortal wounds to all units within 6. So yeah, look, I mean, it's a medium-sized tank with a rather big gun, with an insanely long range, and a pretty decent set of rules.
I mean, it went from heavy 2d6 to heavy 3d3. Which do you think is better?
I'm a gambling man, Phil, so I'm always going to say heavy 2d6.
That's my logic. It's sort of, you're capping at a minimum of 3, but now your maximum is only 9. and weirdly your average is statistically worse because it's now 6 rather than 7. But it does just reduce that swinginess if you're rolling double ones, for example.
Yeah.
And if you're not, for example, Katachan, where you can natively re-roll that, which is when these guys probably really come into their own, the 3d3 is quite helpful. I'm almost a bit disappointed that the damage isn't 2.
Yeah.
Because I think D3 is just, again, it's one of those weird wild ones now where it can be really good. And in a game where Pardo was shooting these guys into some aggressors, he actually managed to kill like 3 of them because he just rolled really well on that damage roll. So it can be really swingy and really good. But yeah, but then you could have equally just as rolled really badly and only killed 1.
Yeah, I think the thing with the Bombard is I think I mean, as a miniature, it's a cool model, right? Because it's got like the weird crane arm, and it's got all that kind of cool stuff that kind of comes along with it. I mean, it's a really awesome looking thing. But in terms of its rules, I feel like it's just a bit wanting. I mean, it's about 150 points, which isn't a lot for what you're getting. But at the same time, it is a lot for what you're getting because I don't know. I personally within this,
it's like
within this edition of the rules, that kind of lack of mobility isn't very good. And if it was that this thing was doing flat 3 damage, I think all of a sudden you could find a place for it. If it was doing flat 2 damage, I'd say it's even better than what it is currently. I mean, obviously flat 3 would be extraordinarily good. But it's one of those things where it's like, okay, cool, there's lots and lots of reasons why I could suggest that this is good. But at the same time, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's weird because the way the blast rule works, I think, is kind of wrong. So if you were shooting at a squad of 6 models, you're doing your half number of shots, which you would think when you do. So if you do D3, you do 3 shots. When you do 3D3, you're still only doing minimum of 3 shots because it's not per dice roll. It's just for the total number of shots. So here, if it was changed where you do a minimum of 3 for each dice roll of your attack, this would become really good because all of a sudden you're doing your maximum number of shots when you're shooting at a squad of 6 or more. Because that D3 is really good. So, for example, the Plasma Interceptors are really good because they have 2 weapons and each one is D3. So they get to do 6 shots when shooting at a squad of 6 or more, which is great. It feels like this should be having that same ability, but because the blast rule is kind of really badly written, or the intention behind it is to not be that powerful, it just sort of nerfs weapons that should be really good because they do lots of shots. So it's a bit of a weird one.
It's really weird. It's a strange vehicle, which is sort of why I wanted to talk about it, because
it's
like
a cool model. I've got a couple that I was starting to build up for No Retreat until I realised I wouldn't have time and sort of did some Lehman Russes instead. But I do like them. They look cool. I think they're one of the better units for killing Primaris because they have D3 D3 damage. If it was flat 2, it would just make them a bit better for getting rid of the stuff on like your opponent's objectives, because ultimately that's what this needs to do. Just shoot at stuff that it can't see completely on the opposite side of the board and try and remove them from their objectives. Which still, I think this fills the role better than a lot of them. You've got the heavy quad launcher, which is still good at horde clearing because it does 4d6 shots. That really hasn't changed, but it's got no AP and it's only 1 damage. So this is the middle ground. It's like the slightly better one at dealing with slightly more elite units. These 2 wound Marines, for example.
Yeah, it's all right, isn't it? It's all right, but it's there's not necessarily any weird tricksy stuff. Like, I'd rather take 3 Cyclopses than one of these.
Well, yeah, and I think also it's the thing with artillery. So Psychic Awakening's got loads of abilities where you can give a artillery piece a tank case, and again, it doesn't synergize with these because these don't have that kind of thing. It doesn't weirdly have the artillery keyword, even though it's clearly artillery, but artillery keyword is specific to stuff that isn't a vehicle, so it's like a static artillery piece. I kind of wish that they would just give things that shot out of line of sight the artillery keyword, and then that's how you reference these sorts of vehicles or artillery pieces when it comes to stratagems. So, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. What final heavy support choice would you like to talk about, Phil, before we move on to dedicated transports?
So I'm going to go for the Rapier Laser Destroyer Battery, which is quite a mouthful. It was a favourite of mine in 7th edition. It was pretty terrible in 8th edition, so I played it a couple of times and then like, these are awful. But I'm hoping they're going to be better now. You can take them in squad still of 1 to 3. They've got a movement of 4 inches, which is up by 1 from its previous edition. It's got a weapon skill of 4+, a ballistic skill of 4+, a strength of 3, a toughness of 5, 4 wounds, so it's got 1 more wound than before, 2 attacks, 1 more attack than before, leadership 7, and a 3+ save. Now the laser destroyer gun, which is basically a quad las cannon, if you look at the model, has changed its rules slightly. It used to have a weird special rule where you rolled a dice to determine how many damage you roll, so you could get up to 3d6 damage in the past. It's totally changed now. So now it is range heavy 36, heavy 3, strength 10, -4, d3 +3 damage, which is kind of cool. It's like a sort of souped up las cannon. The fact it now does multiple shots is really good. I do miss 7th edition, where they used to basically be crewed by engineers, which had a ballistic skill of 3+, so they were better for Krieg rather than regular guardsmen. Speaking of the crew, there's one extra ability called Artillery and Crew. Each Rapier Laser Destroyer and its crew are treated as a single model for all the rules purposes. Crew models must remain within 1 inches of the Rapier Laser Destroyer model. This means that the crew models cannot be targeted or attacked separately, and that visibility and all ranges are measured to and from the Rapier Laser Destroyer's model, not the crew models. This unit cannot advance, is never eligible to charge or heroically intervene, and cannot make pile-in or consolidation moves. So this changed from what was before, where crew models were a separate unit but couldn't be targeted unless they're the closest one. Basically, they've gone, crew are decorative models that are meaningless in the game, which is kind of cool. A bit frustrating if you painted up a load of artillery crewmen, because they're kind of cool, and it's like you don't need them really. You could just take them off. But it does mean what you can do now is you can put these things on bases, especially because this is a rule that applies to all artillery. So you can put them on bases. You can put your crew on the base as well. You don't have to worry about them being a separate unit that you have to remove them. So you can do some cool dioramas with your artillery now, which I think is quite good. Before, it used to have an ability where it would like blow up and stuff and do lots of damage. It doesn't have that anymore, so that's cool. It can move 4 inches, but it's still a vehicle, so you can move and shoot without penalty, which gives it some mobility, but it's very restrictive. And it also doesn't have any brackets, so this benefits really well from Krieg, where if you die on a 4+, you can shoot again. You're doing 3 shots, strength 10, -4, 3d3 damage, d3 +3 damage. So this is a really good one for Krieg. I'll probably be trying it out. The Krieg special rule is quite swingy, but I like it. I think this has got good viability because you could potentially hide in your turn out of line of sight, like just tucked in behind a building, and then in your turn pop out and shoot stuff. So it gives a bit of turn 1 survivability.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot there to sort of digest. I think the point you made about the crew becoming essentially ornamental is, I think, the right decision. I think early 8th edition had some real problems with the way that they'd chosen to express crews in gameplay. And I think it's definitely the right decision to essentially turn it into a functioning, self-operating unit. And I think that's the right way to play it, because there was like this really hilarious trick people used to use early doors in 8th edition, where they used to make their warlords members of gun crews, which was hilarious because you couldn't shoot them even with snipers, because the way the sniper rules worked meant that you could shoot characters, but they weren't characters, they were a gun crew, and it was like, yeah, this is dumb.
Yeah, I mean, there's still some janky stuff you could do with this. So obviously this just has one crew. Interestingly, the laser destroyer is equipped with a las gun and a frag grenade to represent that crewman. So you get to shoot with your razor lapia destroyer plus a las gun as well. So try not to forget that. But for some of the things like the Medusa carriage batteries, you get 5 crew models. Technically, you could put those 5 crew models in front of your battery, and they actually act as a screen to stop it from getting charged, because you measure everything to the artillery piece, not the model, not the crew, but the crew are still physically blocking that thing. I don't think that's obviously the intention. I'd never play it that way. But as you like to say, technically, that is how you could game it if you were so inclined.
In the case of the Medusa carrier battery or any of those kind of things, though, the wording is quite specific with how they've kind of talked about it, because they're basically saying you don't measure from them, you don't interact with them, they can't pile in, they can't charge, they can't do anything. All they do is so in the same way as I would argue that these guys, the thing is, the rule isn't quite written the same as, say, Azrael's helmet bearer. So Azrael's lion helm is a token, and it is never ever counted as anything, and it's specifically written in such a way as to disregard it for all interactions on the tabletop. If it's in your way, get it out of your way. It doesn't matter. It's just there purely as a token. Whereas you are right that they have created a weird thing where it's still technically a model, but interestingly, it's a model with no keywords, no profile.
Well, it's still the Medusa carriage battery. It's all one unit. It's treated as a single model, but you never measure to the crew. They can't be attacked. They can't be targeted in any way. Visibility and ranges, which I guess also includes charge ranges, are measured to and from the Medusa carriage model, not the crew models. They can't advance and pilot. They can't move either. So once you put the crew models down, they can't move either. They're just sort of static. But one could argue you put them down in front, they kind of act as a physical barrier because you can't go through them because they're still a model, but you just can't interact with them. It's completely janky. I think it's a complete oversight. But the moment I read it, I was like, oh, I think I can do this.
Clearly you've been doing too many of these.
It could be broken, but obviously they didn't.
You've been doing too many of these shows with me, mate, over the years. See what it's done to you. It's
I know.
Warped your sensibilities.
What this has done, though, so the Rapier Laser Destroyer always used to have 2 crew, which were engineer models for my Krieg. Now it's only 1. So I've actually gained 3 extra engineer models that are just divvy into an extra an extra squad of my engineers. So that's kind of useful, and I was always planning to do that in certain matchups, just because they're still armed with the shotguns. So yeah, that's quite useful for me because I've modelled them that way.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Shall we talk about a flyer now? Seeing as
Yes.
exhausted all of the heavy support stuff. There's only one flyer I want to talk about, and it's not even a flyer; it's a Lord of War. So I guess you may as well kick us off with a flyer, because I've just realised I was like, where is the Colossus Bombard? Oh, it's clearly a Lord of War, isn't it? So,
Yes. Well, I'm going
not
to
the Colossus Bombard. Sorry, the what is it even called? The bomber.
Oh, the Marauder Bomber.
Marauder Bomber. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's a Lord of War. I'm going to talk about the Avenger Strike Fighter. It's the one I own. I also think it's the one that's actually kind of good now.
Ooh, okay.
Which is rare for a thing in this book to say it's gotten better. Because normally you go, it's gotten better, but it's also gotten worse in equal measure. So the Avenger Strike Fighter, it's got a degrading wounds profile on its top bracket. Its movement is 20 to 45 inches, weapon skill 6, ballistic skill 4+, strength 6, toughness 6, 14 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 7, 3+ save. When it's down to 4 to 7 wounds, its movement is still minimum 20, but down to 35 inches maximum. Ballistic skill drops to 1 to 5+, and D3 attacks. And when it's down to 1 to 3 wounds, its movement is 20 to 25 inches, 6+ ballistic skill, and 1 attack. So it's actually, its strength and toughness have gone down 1 point, but otherwise it's all the same. The ballistic skill in the old index was 3+, but that's because it was always factoring in the -1 for moving and shooting with heavy weapons. But because vehicles now ignore that anyway, they're just all ballistic skill 4+. That's the same for all of them. It's armed with the Avenger bolt cannon, the heavy stubber, and 2 las cannons. That's all your options. You used to be able to take a bunch of stuff. You could take tactical bombs, Hellstrike missiles, Hellfury missiles, plus 2 missile launchers, 2 autocannons, and 2 multi-lasers, because there were 2 hard points on the bottom of the wings that you could add a bunch of weapons to. I bought all those weapon options, but they don't sell them anymore, so they haven't included them on these models, which is a bit frustrating. Some of them do have things like Hellstrike missiles, because they still come in that one specific kit. They just don't sell them separately anymore, so that's a bit of a bummer. But you get 2 las cannons, 1 heavy stubber, which is always a bit rubbish, but your Avenger bolt cannon, that's your main gun on the nose, looks kind of cool. Its range is 36 inches. It's now type heavy 10, strength 6, -2 AP, 2 damage. If I looked at what it was before, it was 36 inches, heavy 8, strength 6, -2, 1 damage. So it's gone up 2 shots, and it's gone up 1 damage. Kind of comes across as a perfect marine killer. Is got all the same sort of flyer stuff. It's airborne, supersonic, hard to hit, and when it explodes on a 6+, it does D3 mortal wounds. So to me, I really like it. Like it's just gotten better. Like, yeah, its toughness has gone down by 1, which is a bit disappointing, but I still think it's pretty good. Like, all the other flyers are the same, so I'm not complaining too much.
Yeah, I think the closest comparison to this guy that you can probably come up with is the Dark Angel's Nephilim jet fighter. And I would say, compared to the Nephilim, I would say that this guy probably isn't quite at that same standard. Sorry, I'm just trying to open the PDF for some reason. I have no idea why it's being weird right now. Right, just open it.
You're saying you think a marine thing is arguably better than a guard?
I know. What kind of...
It's like, is the sky blue?
I know, right? I mean, wowzers. But, all I was saying was the point of comparison. And the main reason why I think the Nephilim is going to come out on top is because of the fact that the Nephilim is built around multiple heavy bolters. So they've got their Avenger Mega Bolter, which is the same range, the same amount of shots. It's it's strength 5 rather than strength 6. It's only -1 AP rather than -2, and it's 2 damage, but obviously their ballistic skill is 3 plus. So
Yeah.
you know what you lose in AP, you gain in to hits. But then it comes with it comes with it comes with twin heavy bolters as well, so it complements the armament. I always get a little bit frustrated when you have a unit and then you split its options. You go, oh, here's 2 las cannons.
It's always been a dual purpose thing. It's like the las cannons are for shooting at vehicles, and then the gun is like meant to be strafing ground troops.
Actually, looking at it objectively though, for the points you pay, this is actually better than a Nephilim, because a Nephilim's coming in at 25 points more than this, and a Nephilim's only got heavy bolters, not las cannons. So actually, this is potentially better than a Nephilim. It's just lower ballistic skill.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's probably the one that's like won the trade-off in the transition of, you know, moving across from the old index to the new compendium. Like the Arvus Lighter is just a kind of crappy transport that they gave guns in the last edition. They've taken it away. The Voss pattern Lightning is kind of cool. It's just 2 las cannons, but a bunch of missiles. And I think the Thunderbolt used to have a strafing run ability to hit ground targets, so it did have a true ballistic skill of 3+, and it's now lost that. But those have access to like sort of missile racks, so it kind of gives them more weapon options. But yeah, the Thunderbolt's got a sort of a nose auto cannon plus, which is heavy 8, strength 7, -1, 2 damage. That's kind of comparable. Also with a twin, this is twin las cannon as opposed to 2 las cannons. But then it's also got those missiles as well. And the Hellstrike missiles are pretty good. So heavy, range 72 inches, heavy 2, strength 8, -2, D6 +2 damage. So that they are pretty tasty now.
Yeah. No, I don't dislike it. I think my only frustration with it, as I say, is just the split functionality of it. But again, sometimes that's actually quite useful because it's good to have a bit of anti-tank and a bit of anti-infantry. Often,
you don't often want all your eggs in one basket. So you're going to have other anti-infantry, you're going to have other anti-tank stuff. This is a bit dual purpose. I used to like it before when you could also load it up with missile launchers, because then your missile launchers could be crack, could be frag, so it complements your other weapons. So you could go, cool, I need to take out a tank, fire the las cannons and crack missiles at it, and then shoot the gun at something else. Or you go, I'm shooting the gun at some troops, I'm also going to chuck in some frag missiles as well.
Yeah. No, it's decent, man. Not bad. I suppose the one I should try and mention is the old Vulture, because that's one of the stronger flyers from the Forge World range, and to be honest, still pretty strong here. So a Vulture gunship is movement 20 to 45, weapon skill 6+, ballistic skill 4+, strength 6, toughness 7, 14 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 7, and a 3+ save, and as it takes damage, it degrades. It comes with heavy bolter, 2 multiple rocket pods, and a Vulture Hellstrike racks. So the Vulture Hellstrike racks are strength 8, -2, D6 +2 damage. However, you can replace these 2 multiple rocket pods and Vulture Hellstrike racks. So it's got missile pods and thingies, but you can replace them with 2 Vulture Gatling cannons, which are heavy 20, strength 5, AP-1 damage, which, based on my experience, 40 shots from these guys is pretty substantial. And we've seen Richie run this with a lot of success in the past, and I've seen a lot of other competitive players run this with a lot of success in the past path. And I think the Vulture is still a very, very strong option, right? I mean, the fact that it's pumping out 40 strength 5 attacks is, pretty substantial.
Yeah, so it used to be the Punisher was a twin Punisher cannon that was heavy 40. I'm pretty sure it appeared in one of our quizzes at one point. But now it's heavy 20, and there's 2 of them, which is arguably more. It gives you more choice. You can now shoot them at 2 different targets.
Yeah.
Because heavy 20's probably going to kill like a 5-man squad of guardsmen.
Yeah.
So you're not overkilling stuff now by shooting 40 shots.
Yeah.
The fact is, it's now lost strafing run, which was add +1 to hit rolls against units that do not have the fly keyword. So it used to have a ballistic skill of 3+ against ground targets. So it's lost that, and it's lost all the kind of access to the missile racks and stuff. It comes with a Hellstrike rack though.
Yes.
They obviously used to be able to take some couple of other options.
Well, the Hellstrike rack is combined with the multiple rocket
the
pods.
missile pods, so you've got to swap them both out for the Vulture.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, because before it came with a heavy bolter, twin multi-laser, and 2 Hellstrike missiles. You could replace the missiles with other missiles or rocket pods. You could replace the multi-lasers with the twin autocannon, twin las cannon on 2 rocket pods, and you may also replace its twin multi-lasers with all Hellstrike missiles. And all the Hellstrike missiles for the twin Punisher Gatling cannon.
Yeah.
So I guess that's still the same as before, where you've got to swap out everything for the Punisher Gatling cannon. So yeah, I think it's just the losing that kind of strafing run ability.
Yeah.
Thing that hurts it a bit. It's still got things like hoverjet, which don't really help it as much anymore, except for just maneuverability, because you don't need to hover to not have the -1 to hit anymore, but you're just going to do that so you can get better position for shooting at targets.
Yeah. It is 200 points as well, actually, looking at it, so maybe the Vulture's days are numbered in terms of its...
I don't know. I mean, it's still got good viability of just going up to a unit that you want that's hidden out of line of sight. Like, say, the equivalent is a Lehman Russ tank commander with a Punisher cannon is probably similar points, but hitting on ballistic skill 3.
Yeah. But nowhere near as mobile.
And with these you can still just target characters. You can still just go up behind one that's sort of on its own and blow it up, or spend a heavy 20. Well, actually, I don't think you can do that. I was going to say spend 1 shot shooting at the squad providing lookout cert, and then the other 20 of the character, but I don't think you can do it that way. You've got to declare them all beforehand. So,
correct, yeah. But you can just position it so the character's the closest model, and then because that still works.
Does it? I thought it
Yeah.
was.
So Lookout Sir is still based on the idea that the character is the closest. The closest model.
So you can still kind of move snipe in that.
Yeah. So you can still position your flyer next to it, and as long as it is the closest thing, you can still shoot at it.
All right, cool.
So you can still do that. So there you go. Some interesting stuff there. We've already talked about one of the dedicated transport choices, but I know Phil really wants to talk about the Trojan support vehicle. So please do, Phil.
Yeah, I'll just kind of quickly gloss over it to an extent. So the profile, movement 12 inches, weapon skill 6, ballistic skill 4+, strength 6, toughness 7, 10 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 7, 3+. It obviously degrades, its movement goes down, its ballistic skill goes down, and its attacks go down. You don't care about that. That's not why you take the Trojan. It can take a heavy bolter. It comes with a heavy bolter, and you may replace that with a heavy flamer. And it can come with 1 hunter-killer missile. Now, before, you would take it alongside a super heavy. It had a cool special ability where you could re-roll all failed hit rolls. You would put that just on like a Baneblade or something. For like 90 points, it just made it so much better. It's still equivalent number of points, but its support vehicle ability has totally changed. Now, at the end of your movement phase, this model can repair 1 friendly regiment vehicle model within 3 inches of it. That vehicle model regains 1 lost wound. Each model can only be repaired once per turn. In addition, if that vehicle model has already shot with any weapons that can only be used once per battle, those weapons can be used an additional time this battle. I presume you can stack that up again several times. It doesn't necessarily say you can. So say you shoot your hunter-killer missile. You use this ability where it says you can. It can be used one additional time this battle. You fire that one. Could you then do it again? My assumption is yes, that's how everyone's treating it, but it does specifically say this weapon can be used one additional time this battle. Everyone assumes you just keep reloading it, so you apply this rule again, so that weapon can shoot an additional time.
Yeah, I mean, I would go with that in so much as it's one additional time, but it doesn't. There's no limit to the amount of times you can do this. Yeah. So yeah, totally.
So it's sort of dead for what it was used for. But the general thing that people are saying now is take like a Manticore with the full payload stratagem, which does flat maximum damage. So the Manticore missiles can shoot, and now they do their flat top damage, but it can also shoot a hunter-killer missile, which is flat 6 damage because it's D6 damage, and that every turn with your Trojan you can repair that, and you're doing one more flat 6 damage shot. I don't think it's a good thing. That's what the internet says. Or a Death Strike missile, potentially. If you can get one to fire early enough, you can use this because it's a one-shot weapon to reload it. Seems completely puzzling, and I'm sure the FAQ would say they can't. I mean, maybe it could. Maybe there is within that small Chimera chassis a giant missile.
Yeah, maybe. It's just, it's just got it in its Mary Poppins bag type deal.
Yeah, I mean, it's still got its transport capacity of 6 as well.
Well, indeed. Look, personally, I think that is the way it's supposed to work. But I mean, again, it's theoretically not that difficult to get rid of this thing. So if you know it's something people are up to, you can just very quickly target it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's like the old Lords of War were never that good because they were so expensive. They had rubbish ballistic skill. They degraded so quickly that they're hitting on 5s and 6s. You pretty much needed this as an auto-include to make those vehicles viable. Now, if in the new codex, they suddenly somehow get better, like more shots, go down in price, to justify the fact that you don't need that ability on the Trojan, then I'm like, cool, the Trojan isn't needed for that purpose.
Yeah.
But the new purpose is just kind of rubbish. Like, you can heal one wound a turn, one wound, a whole vehicle, one wound, and repair and replace one shot weapon. I mean, this is what really highlights to me the Forge World mentality of let's just make everything kind of crap, so we don't really need to worry about people.
The thing is, Phil, legitimately, I struggle to agree with that sentiment based on a lot of the rules that we've read for a lot of this stuff. Like, I agree with you that. I would say for a lot of vehicles, I would say for a lot of everything, and even all the cool stuff, the engineers and the Death Riders, they've all gotten slightly better and slightly worse at the same time. Nothing has gotten flat out better. Like, the closest thing I think is honestly the Avenger Strike Fighter. It's like, yes, it's gone down by 1 toughness, but the gun's gone way better. But that's the thing. I don't feel like anything's gotten excruciatingly better, I also don't feel like it's gotten really bad. And the thing is, right, again, I look at the points of this guy. He's 85 points, right? 85 points for a transport vehicle with a heavy bolter that carries 6 dudes around and can repair a wound. Yeah, okay, fine. A wound isn't that incredible, but replenishing a hunter-killer missile isn't nothing. You know, you do that 3 times in a game, you've given yourself 15 points worth of value, not to mention the wounds. You take it in a tank regiment that's already regenerating wounds with the Rigger's ability that it's got as well. So you can start to stack it with some other stuff. Is it extraordinarily amazing? No. But is it bad? I don't necessarily agree with that side of things.
Yeah, I think my problem is before it was a one-trick pony in terms of but it was a really good thing. It was a really generic reroll all hit rolls. You could combo that on sort of anything.
Yeah.
Now it's just pretty much replenish hunter-killer missiles, because that, other than Death Strikes, that's kind of like the only gun you can use it on. And it's just a bit like, Right. I don't know. It just seems really underwhelming. It's like this thing replenishes hunter-killer missiles. It's like thematically, I get it, but it's kind of rubbish. Like
I don't think it's that rubbish.
If it made, like, say, battle cannons from D6 to a minimum 3, like it had an ability that made random shooting stuff a bit better, like more shots. But it doesn't have to be broken good. It just has to be good.
Yeah, but I don't think necessarily what you've got isn't good. I just don't think it's... Because here's the thing, right? When you actually look at the model itself, right? Like when you actually sort of see it, you look at what it is and you think to yourself, okay, cool. Well, what's the deal with this thing? What is it there to try and do? And
it's meant to really be transporting a bunch of ammo and equipment and probably some crew to fix stuff.
Yeah. And that's the thing,
it's
right?
Like it's not the Atlas recovery tank. It's meant to be more about ammo and stuff, which is why the reroll hit sort of made sense.
Yeah, I get that. But then at the same time, I think it makes sense that you replenish one-use only weapons. But again, the problem is that there aren't that many one-use only weapon things out there. But then at the same time, it's only 85 points, right? I mean, that's the thing that I sort of look at. I go, it's a niche ability. You're not going to auto-include it in your army, but it's not terrible. It's just not... It's not an auto-include, but I don't think that's a bad thing, necessarily. But, yeah, it definitely could be better, but for what you're paying for it, I don't think it's the end of the world. Just don't take them,
I think most people that own them won't take them. The combo of the tank ace and like a manticore or something is a bit like, just doesn't sit right with me.
Yeah.
And if that's the only way to make it playable, it's like, fine, I'll leave mine at home.
But that's, as you understand things at the moment, you never know what could be around the corner, right?
Who knows, yeah. There might be a ton of like one-shot weapons in the new Astra Militarum Codex, and then we go, ooh, this is something really interesting.
Yeah, potentially, but I mean, I doubt it. But you never know, right? Let's talk about Lords of War, Phil, because, we've already been here for like 2.5 hours. We need to...
It's what the fans demand.
It's what you demand, dear Lord. I remember, Phil, when we started going through the Xenos book, and you were like, "Are we going to read everything?" It's like, jeez,
we're skipping over stuff. We're skipping over stuff.
No, we've at least missed out like 2 things so far.
We've done it. Let's talk about the Macarius tanks because we talk about.
No, I want to talk about the Marauder bomber now, Phil. You've talked about your silly old Trojan support vehicle.
No, go on.
Come on, we're going to talk about the bomber, and then you can talk about the Malcador or whatever you just said, and then we're going to wrap it up. That's how it's going. So the Marauder bomber, it's a plane, but it's not a plane, it's a Lord of War. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a Marauder bomber, something else entirely. Which again is weird because I think... has it got the aircraft mentioning anywhere on it? It doesn't, does it?
So it's
no, it does.
Keyword.
It is aircraft.
Yeah.
It is aircraft.
And it's got airborne supersonic hard to hit.
So they fixed the old weird thing from the old version, which was that it could still claim objectives. So they've at least cleaned that side of things up. But anyway, look.
Well, no, because before it couldn't claim objectives because it had the flyer data sheets.
Correct. No, it could because it was a Lord of War.
But now it could be but then it could because it was a Lord of War, and I guess that's still the case.
No, because it's got the aircraft keyword and specifically states aircraft. Can't it?
Oh, yes, because they changed it. Yeah, from fly to aircraft. Yeah.
Anyway, a Marauder bomber is a beautiful big old plane. It's not quite as good as the Marauder destroyer, but I like the model more, so I'm going to talk about the Marauder bomber. So the Marauder bomber is movement 20 to 45 inches, weapon skill 6+, ballistic skill 4+, strength 7, toughness 7, 20 wounds because it is very big, leadership 8 and a 3+ save, and its movement, ballistic skill and attacks degrade as it loses wounds. A Marauder bomber is equipped with 2 heavy bombs, 2 Marauder twin heavy bolters, and Marauder twin las cannons. Why it is that they're Marauder las cannons and Marauder heavy bombers, I do not know, but the particular wording is as such: Marauder twin heavy bolter, range 36, heavy D6, strength 5, -1/2 damage, so exactly the same as a regular twin heavy bolter, but nonetheless Marauder-fied. And then you also have the Marauder twin las cannon, which, shock horror, is the exact same as a regular twin las cannon, in so much as it's range 48, heavy 2, strength 9, -3 d6 damage. Other war gear includes heavy bomb. Once per turn, if the bearer has any heavy bombs remaining, it can drop one of them. Immediately after the bearer has moved, you can select 1 point on the battlefield the bearer moved across this phase. Roll 1d6 for each unit within 6 of that point. Subtract 1 if that model is a character, excluding vehicles and monster units. On a 4 to 5, that unit suffers d3 mortal wounds, and on a 6, that unit suffers d6 mortal wounds. Each heavy bomb can only be dropped once per battle. So again, you've got the ability to move around and drop bombs in people. But that's not all. You could also have Inferno bombs, which is a upgrade to the heavy bomb. So you could change your 2 heavy bombs to 2 Inferno bombs, and if you're dropping Inferno bombs once per turn, the bearer has any Inferno bombs remaining, it can drop one of them. Immediately after the bearer moved, you can select 1 point on the battlefield that the bearer moved across. Roll a d6 for each unit within 9 of that point, subtracting 1 for models. Subtract 1 if that model is non-vehicle or non-monster character. How weird that they've essentially got the same rule in 2 locations, but they've worded it differently. That's strange, isn't it, Phil?
Well, the other one was... Oh, yes, because it says excluding vehicle and monsters, and this is... non-vehicles and non-monster character units.
Yeah.
Because you're meant to be one keyword, so a character that is also a monster.
Yeah, so it's the exact same rule as the top one. They've just worded differently. Amazing. On a 4+, that unit suffers... And again, they've even... Well, because they don't have a 6. On a 4+, that unit suffers T3 more wounds. Each Inferno bomb can only drop once per bomb. So you can either have a potentially more powerful bomb with shorter range, or a bigger blast radius with less damage, but still bigger blast radius, and so on. It is airborne, supersonic, hard to hit, and it explodes on a 6 when it is reduced to 0 wounds. And if it does so, it has a 6-inch explosion, doing D3 mortal wounds to everyone around it. So again, it's got a bunch of heavy bolters. So it's got 2 twin heavy bolters. So it's got 12 heavy bolter shots. It's got 2 las cannon shots. And it's got heavy bombs. It is quite durable at toughness 7 with 20 wounds, and it will cost you a whopping 320 points. I'm not so sure it's worth it for that kind of points, but it still seems like it's an interesting choice. It's strange it doesn't have a transport capacity or anything like that, given its relative size, but yeah.
I mean, it never has done. It's like, so this model I kind of converted up for Richard, so it could be a bomber or a destroyer, because the destroyer is probably better. My tin hat theory of why they specifically give all these things specific names around, rather than it being a twin heavy bolter, it's the Marauder twin heavy bolter and the twin las cannon being the Marauder twin las cannon. They had that same thing on the Malcadors. It might be a issue to do with future proofing this, so it ignores stratagems in a codex. So if you've got a codex which affected a twin las cannon for, let's say, an Annihilator tank, that's a Forge World model. But imagine it becomes a plastic kit for the Lehman Russ, and there's a stratagem that says twin las cannons can shoot twice. Now, all of a sudden, you could be, I can use it on my Marauder Bomber twin las cannon, but now you can't because it's got a specific name.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they do that stuff, even if there's no intention for that. It's sort of weirdly future-proofing it on the off chance that they do that stuff. Am I being mad, or are the Inferno bombs just better than the heavy bombs? Is there a points difference between them, which is why you might not choose the Inferno bombs?
Well, so the Inferno bombs are only better in the case that they have longer range, and also and that's it. That's literally the only difference with it. Well, and if you roll a 6 with the heavy bomb, it does D6 mortal wounds.
So it does better range. So it does 9 inches range instead of 6. The rule about doing D3 mortal wounds is exactly the same, but the heavy bomb on a 6+, you do D6. Okay.
Correct. Cool, and the Inferno bomb and the heavy bomb are the same. It's just you dealer's choice.
Yeah, and weird wording about the character rule, but again, a weird thing that, as you pointed out, it's the same thing but worded differently. So why that's done, I don't know. So I guess you will always basically go, how many units can I reach from this point within 6 and with 9? And if it's more units within 9, you'll probably go Inferno, or otherwise you'll go heavy bombs for the gambler's choice to get the
but you've got to equip. You've got to equip. You can't have one heavy, one Inferno. You've got to have either or.
Oh yeah. Which would you go for? Heavy bombs? I mean, that extra few inches could make a difference.
Well, yeah. So, you're saying the Inferno one. I think I probably would favour the Inferno just for the extra range. Because the range is going to make a huge difference in certain scenarios.
Yeah, because, I mean, you're only doing... Yeah, if you could hit multiple units each time, even with the heavy bombs, there's a good chance over the course of 2 attacks you might get 1 unit with D6.
Yeah.
But ultimately, yeah, I'd potentially play it safe and just go for the Inferno ones.
Yeah, I think the thing is like... Yeah, I don't know. I think it's an interesting choice. But anyway, let's talk about whatever it was you were going to talk about and wrap up this segment, Phil, because I feel like we've been here long enough now. Come on, what are we going to do?
Okay, so let's skip over the Marauder Destroyer and go back to the Macarius tanks, of which there are 3. These are really nice models. They look very good. They are Lord of War. You only get 1 of them, and let's read out their stats. So their movement is 10 inches, weapon skill of 6+. Their ballistic skill is 4+, strength 7, toughness 8, 22 wounds, 6 attacks, which is pretty tasty, leadership 8, and a 3+ save. It does degrade, so when it's down to 6 to 11 wounds, the movement drops to 7 inches, the ballistic skill to 5 inches, ballistic skill to 5+, and attacks to D6. And when it's down to 1 to 5 wounds, it's a 4-inch move, a 6+ ballistic skill, and D3 attacks. It's armed with 2 heavy stubbers, the Macarius twin battle cannon, the twin heavy stubber, and adamantium tracks. So adamantium tracks is something that only the Baneblade chassis had before. I always found it really frustrating that these never had it, but now it does, so that's really cool. I believe it's something like, it's either +2 or ×2 damage. I think it's probably +2, like -2 flat 3 damage, or at least 2. So it's really good. And the fact that this has 6 attacks is pretty tasty. Obviously, it's only weapon skill 6+, but you combo it with the Crush Them stratagem, which means you always hit on a 2+, assuming that stratagem still exists. So this can become a bit of a close combat monster. It's Macarius twin battle cannon. Now, you would think, being a twin battle cannon, it would have the same profile as a battle cannon, but just that there's 2 of them, but you'd be wrong, because I believe it was a typo from the last edition that they've just kept in, but they've kept it in, so this is what it is. It's range 72 inches, heavy 2d6, because it's 2 of them, strength 8, -2, standard battle cannon stats, but it's not D3 damage, it's D6, which is crazy good. And it's got the blast special rule. And again, if it wasn't for Lehman Russ tanks like Demolishers rocking around, this is a really good choice. And then it's got the 2 twin heavy stubbers, 36-inch range, heavy 6, strength 4, no AP, 1 damage. You can swap out the heavy stubbers for 2 heavy bolters or 2 heavy flamers. You can give it a hunter-killer missile, and you can also give it a pintle-mounted weapon of a storm bolter or heavy stubbers. It's got the Steel Behemoth special rule, which means it can shoot into combat or shoot out of combat. It's got smoke launchers, and when it explodes on a 6+, within 2d6 inches, everyone suffers d6 mortal wounds.
I have a question for you though, Phil. Do you think when the new Astra Militarum book drops that the d6 damage could just become the standard for the Demolisher, not the Demolisher cannon, sorry, the battle cannon?
I don't think so, because I think that's too good, and then they would have to. And currently, the demolisher cannon is D6, so unless that then gets upped to more to be like a flat 6 or something, like
or D6 plus 2, or D.
Yeah, the thing is, these Macarius, like the Macarius heavy tank from the Index, has always been D6 damage, and which always made it actually a really good pick in the Index version. It was my secret thing of I've seen this. It's pretty cool. No one else is talking about it, and I've always rated it. Obviously, I've never got around to building mine, so I've never got to test it out. But as soon as Lehman Russes can shoot twice, it then becomes not as good. But it's still quite good. It's just like a tougher Lehman Russ. It's got 22 wounds. It can shoot as much as a Lehman Russ. So yeah, it's pretty cool. You've got some other variants. You've got the Macarius Vanquisher, which has twin Vanquisher cannons. So this one was interesting because everyone's speculating this might be the new profile for a Vanquisher cannon, although I don't think it is, because in the Legends Index they have a Vanquisher cannon in there which is different. But this is range 72 inches, heavy 2, strength 16, -4 AP, flat 9 damage. And each time an attack is made with this weapon against a vehicle or monster unit, add 1 to the hit rolls. Which is kind of cool because it's only 2 shot, but it's really swingy. You're hitting on 4s normally. If it's a vehicle or a monster, it becomes freeze. It's still only 2 shots. But strength 16 -4, 9 damage. That's cool. I like it. It's thematic. It might not be the most competitive thing just because it's only 2 shots. But I kind of... It feels like that is what...
Well, I just rolled 2 hits, 2 wounds, and that would have killed pretty much any tank in the game.
Yeah, you kind of... Yeah, if you're hitting with it, you're pretty much killing one tank.
I'll roll again. 1 hit that time. No wound. So there you go. It can go either way.
Yeah. If only you had a Trojan to re-roll the hit rolls.
I know, if only that was an option.
So it used to have an ability, because it had 2 profiles before, that was blast and armor piercing, and the blast one was a standard battle cannon attack. So it's lost that functionality to now just do super cool anti-tank shots. That one's awesome. The Macarius Vulcan, which was always everyone's top pick, had the Vulcan Mega Bolter, range 60 inches, heavy 16, strength 6, -2, 2 damage. And the thing that made it really good before is it had a special rule that basically said it was heavy 15, so it's gained 1 shot. But it used to be if it didn't move in the movement phase, then you change the weapon profile to heavy 30. Blimey. So basically you could shoot twice if you didn't move. That made it really cool. The profile is still the same. It was, I math-found it out, the best Primaris killer that the Guard had access to, which I guess is why it now no longer doesn't shoot twice. Which is a bit frustrating because the trade-off of not moving and getting to shoot twice I thought was pretty good, especially now they have the adamantium tracks, which makes them good in combat, and the game is all about getting on objectives, and line of sight is a lot more harder to get across the table. So yeah, it's literally gone half. It's gone worse by half.
Yeah, no, that's not an unreasonable assessment of it.
But it's still a cool model. It's still pretty functional. Like I sort of wish it was like heavy 20 or at least heavy 18 to sort of average it out a bit more. But I guess maybe they've gone in this kind of marine heavy meta. Damage 2's really good, so we want to tone this thing down again. Whereas before, there wasn't much 2 wound stuff before Primaris, so you were just overkilling stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we could talk about the Gorgon, but it's not in here because that's the other Macarius chassis thing, and obviously it's gone to Legend, so we'd chat about that some other time. Oh, the Praetor and Macrassus are actually the Macarius chassis as well.
Yeah.
One does missiles. We won't talk about them because we're running out of time. And the Crassus...
We're not running out of time, Phil. We never run out of time. This show is not known for running out of time. I'm just feeling like 3 hours is a long time for any one topic, right?
Well, you tell that to the Space Wolves player, they got a pretty decent.
They got 2 hours.
Shake out there. 2 hours.
We spent more time talking about the Forge World Space Marine stuff.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
But no, look, I think the interesting thing is, and it's been interesting talking it through with you, and I kind of wanted to get to this bit of it, which is the kind of closing thoughts on it, because I felt like early on, I think there was a lot of dismay and a lot of frustration about what this book had done to a lot of Astra Militarum stuff, and I agree with you that there are clearly some obvious deductions in output and ability based on what we've just kind of discussed. But what I will say is that I think actually, again, in line with what I've seen with the new Marine rules, and people think I'm crazy when I say I think the new Marine rules are really balanced, because they're still looking at them through the filter of 2019 supplements, which ruined them. But if you play Space Marines with Death Watch, if you play Space Marines with Space Wolves, I don't actually feel like they're that ridiculous anymore. Like, you can do some weird stuff with Death Watch that obviously people don't like the Outriders and stuff, and we've talked about this before. But genuinely, I think moving forwards, a lot of this stuff is going to balance out, and a lot of this stuff is going to become super interesting, and I think actually we're moving in a good direction with this game, and I know I keep saying that, and I'm like a broken record, and I don't want to seem like I'm really, really, like, you know, blowing too much smoke Games Workshop's way, but I think a lot of this stuff will start to come into its own more when you see more of the current edition books, the 9th edition books, coming into the system, and you start to see the game truly change, because at the moment the game hasn't really fully developed into what it's supposed to be, and I think once we're at that point, I think we'll start to see stuff like this actually becoming more viable or more interesting. And I think it's good for the game to reduce the firepower. I think it's good for the game to reduce the game sizes. I think it's good for the game to get rid of some of the weird auto-include options, you know? I think making stuff too good feels a little bit crazy sometimes. So yeah, I think on the whole...
I don't think I... Oh, go on.
No. I think on the whole, I like what I've read here. I think, you know, I not discounting the stuff that has been lost, and not discounting the stuff that has had a negative impact on certain players' style of army and style of play. I think this is, I feel the same about this as I did about the Xenos and the Space Marine attributes of the Imperial Armour Compendium. I think there's a lot of good options in there. None of them are exceptionally incredible, but then none of them are terrible either. I think they're just consistently good, is my feedback on it.
I think the way I looked on it is most of the stuff in the index was never great, specifically the Astra Militarum stuff. They were always alright, pretty good. Things like the Trojan is probably the one that you saw at tournaments pretty consistently. Nothing else really was. Like, even the Macarius Vulcan, which I highly rate, wasn't really a top pick. But maybe it's one of those things because it's just expensive, and it's like big, so maybe people wouldn't take it. So things that you go, these aren't super competitive, so why have they been toned down, or why have they lost their sort of interesting characterful special rules? It's like, it sort of feels like you're just losing stuff, and then on top of that, the range, not just for Krieg, but for Astra Militarum, was gutted, and most of it has gone to Legends. Like, if you were probably to look at every single faction, the biggest section of that Legends PDF is going to be Guard, because there was so many like really old classic units. You said off camera beforehand that you wanted to talk about the Griffin Mortar, and it's like, that's just not in here anymore because it's moved to Legends, because they don't sell that anymore. So I think a lot of Guard players are probably frustrated because they play Krieg, they have a lot of these old units that have moved to Legends status, and then on top of that, the stuff that is still around just doesn't seem like it's as good as it was before. And as I said, it seems like they have made some stuff better, but they've never made anything just outright better. Everything's gone, we'll take away a toughness from here, we make it better damage but less shots. There's always been a balancing act where they've toned it down on one dial and cranked it up slightly on another. So I can see it's a bit frustrating when you go, oh, where's my cool Space Marine Codex that had some really cool choices? Whereas everything I'm guessing is balanced. As I said before, like the main problem I see with all of this is you just go, cool, but why would I not just take a Lehman Russ? Because a Lehman Russ can shoot twice and is better. It can be a tank commander with a demolisher cannon. There's a stratagem that allows it to shoot 12 times, doing D6 damage demolisher cannon shots like damage. It's like the stratagems and synergy for the Lehman Russ just outperform pretty much anything in that compendium. So it sort of feels like you just got to wait until the Guard Codex is out so you can see those synergies and stratagems and how it compares with whatever they do with the Lehman Russ. I sort of suspect that there won't be much synergy. It's like, this is a one-shot book. Here's the units. There's not going to be many stratagems that you can combo with them, or especially ones that are specific to these units. And I said that when we first started talking about this Imperial Armour book, they should have really split it out into its individual factions, like the indexes. They should have released them alongside that codex when the new 9th edition codex comes out. That way it can be bought in line. It can be really, it can have a synergy that it needs with that codex, but also you can just do a like-for-like comparison. At the moment, we're comparing the Forge Compendium with an old codex, and who knows what direction that codex is going to take whenever it comes out.
Yeah, which, based on what we're seeing for everything that we're seeing, is going to be dramatically different, and that's a great thing. And I think that's the thing at the moment. It's like, it's tough when you're in this weird situation where I feel like 9th edition's a really weird rule set, because Games Workshop has clearly done 90% of the work on the established range, but they've just not released it yet. And it's sort of a weird thing, because you're like, you can tell when you read this compendium that every army has kind of got its gimmicks worked out to a certain extent, or certain weird extra new abilities. Like, using a Craftworlds example, Wraith constructs have a very specific Wraith construct rule that they've never had before. And I'm very reasonably assuming all Wraith constructs moving forwards will have that rule, which is ignoring -1 AP. But we just don't know yet, because it's not out. And it's like, okay, cool. But yeah, it's weird. It's an interesting and strange dilemma, because you can, people like me who've been doing this for a long time and feel like they know what they're talking about. But, again, I'll caveat, obviously no one knows for sure, least of all me. But, people like me who look at this stuff and feel like they know what they're talking about, look at it and go, oh yeah, from a relatively educated guest perspective, I can make these assertions based on what I'm seeing. And it feels logical that this is what we're looking at. But who knows? Who knows what's going to happen going forwards, really? Anything could change when it comes to this stuff. But, I think that is the biggest problem with the Astra Militarum part of it, though, unlike the Space Marines part, is you're now in a position with the Space Marine part where you can see everything in the context of the Space Marines, so it makes sense. You can't do that yet with the Guard. So, yeah, we'll see. Anyway, there we go. That was us talking about the Imperial Armour Compendium Astra Militarum. We hope you enjoyed it. We don't have any idea what we're going to talk about next, or even if this is now the end of the show, because this is the first segment we recorded. Also, we probably should have mocked the fact that Joe's not here. Oh, that Joe.
I know. Well, he didn't want to be around for my salty tears, complaining about Krieg, which, he won't listen to this, so he won't know. But, I thought I was pretty reasonably balanced. I wasn't shouting at the sky. I wasn't crying.
No,
obviously, I've sent off my letters of complaint to the FAQ email. Just because there's generally there's errors in this and the Legends PDF as well, and I'm just generally complaining about things like Grenadiers or going to Legends when they should really hopefully still be in there, or some units that have been discontinued because they were on sale last year but not this year. Stuff like that's annoying.
It's fair enough, mate. It's fair enough. But there you go. That was that. Let's move on now to whatever it is that comes next. Transitional noise. And that is it, everybody. The end of episode 65 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, known as Lookout Sir. Again, I need to stop that rhythm. Why is happening, Phil? Why am I doing that?
Doing what?
Saying Warhammer 40,000 before Lookout Sir. Why has that happened?
I don't know, it's mad.
What weird thing is triggered in my brain to have made that become the new muscle memory for this part of the show, or any part of the show, as it were?
I don't know, scarred for life by some incident.
It's odd, mate. It's odd. It's like, you know, you do find yourself getting into these weird rhythms with stuff, you know, and it's very difficult. It's like funny because I was in a Games Workshop today in Southampton, and the guy asked me who I was, as it were. He said, "Oh, hello," yeah. And I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm Dan from." Oh yeah, no, he doesn't need to know where I'm from, even though I'm in a Games Workshop. But I don't need to say Dan from Lookout Sir 40k podcast. That would be insane. But he said, "Oh, I'm yeah, Dan. Nice to meet you." He goes, "You Dan from the Lookout Sir 40k podcast?" And I was like, "Oh well, yes, I am now." So there we go. We can start to have that lovely band together. But his name was Sam, and he worked at Games Workshop in Southampton, and he was a lovely fella. And I chatted to him for a little while, obviously respecting the COVID regulations that are in effect at the moment. I merely entered the store to purchase things. I had a short conversation with him and left before, you know, it got a little bit too ridiculous. But the point is it was really nice to chat to him. But it did create that weird muscle memory thing where I felt like I had to, when saying who I am, say I also, you know, I had to add the Lookout Sir 40k podcast to it. But I didn't in that instance because he already knew, right? You know,
that's quite mad, and he could tell that just from your voice.
Well, of course. Well, that happened. I mean, there was a guy who regular listeners to the show. Me and Joe were walking along in Bournemouth, and he could hear me and Joe talking, and he turned around and said, "Is that Dan from the Lookout Sir 40k podcast?" Much to Joe's anger, because he was like, "And Joe, come on now," because you know, obviously Joe is all about the fame and glory. You know, that's why he's obviously plugging away with Steve over at Vanguard these days, because he's become an egotistical loon.
Well, if you say so.
If you say so. Anyway, yeah. So again, I mean, obviously Joe wasn't here this episode. We'll actually have an update for you about that in the next episode, because, yeah, for the patient listeners that go through all this stuff, expect an update on Joe's situation next episode. I didn't necessarily feel like it was necessary to kind of like tease it before, but at the same time, for the dedicated listeners that make it all the way here, you could expect us to have an update on Joe next episode, where he will be here, won't he, Phil?
He will be. He's given us a solemn swear and a pinky promise.
He better be, otherwise it's going to make the whole process of the announce a bit weird, isn't it? Where you're like, well, but anyway, I wonder what it could be, Phil. It's hard to tell. I'm so cryptic with it, aren't I? It could be anything at all.
Well, exactly, Joe. Joe is pregnant. Because he's a seahorse.
Is he having Steve Box's
baby? You can't tell because you don't see him on camera, but he's really a seahorse.
Well, exactly. You couldn't tell because he was always really fat. And but is he having Steve Box's baby?
Baby, yeah. I mean, who knows? It was a gender reveal and a father reveal announcement of his pregnancy as well.
Well, there you go. So let's not get into that side of things. That's a hot button topic right there. What you opened a real can of worms with that one, but yeah. Anyway, so there's that side of things, and we didn't even get a chance to. And now I'm going to talk about it because whatever, right? This is the free form end segment, and with the way things are going, I probably won't have a chance to talk about it any other time. So let's talk about it now. They've just introduced army building on the Warhammer 40,000 podcast. Jesus, on the Warhammer 40,000 app.
Oh, I was hoping we were going to squeeze in a Black Library segment, but let's talk about.
Well, they're still good to. We could just make this into a really long outro where we talk about all the stuff we wanted to talk about but didn't get a chance because Joe didn't turn up and then everything got thrown out the window. Basically, Joe was supposed to record with us and we were supposed to do another segment. So the idea was, right, is that we were going to do the intro outro with Joe and then record a segment where we were going to probably talk about either Black Library or the Warhammer 40,000 app or the Legends section.
Legends, it was what I was pushing for.
Yeah,
Legends.
Phil was pushing hard for the Legends section because he wants to gripe about Grenadiers a bit longer.
Well, yeah, I think there's some valid stuff in there.
Of course. I won't
mistakes.
I won't disagree with your perspective on that, Phil, for sure. But call a spade in this case, right?
Yeah. But anyway, Warhammer app.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what it looks like because it doesn't run on my phone because it's too old, apparently.
You need to. Phil, I've got an old Pixel, a Google Pixel 3. I bought it in 2018, so whatever the new Pixel was in 2018, I've got that going spare, mate. How much would you give me for it?
I don't know.
20 quid is yours, Phil. 20 quid.
No, right. Well, maybe. I mean, I was honestly I'm due for a new phone purchase, so I probably will be buying a phone.
Yeah, to be honest, the battery on that one is dead, so I wouldn't waste your time. It literally,
fair enough,
it drains real quick.
Basically, they don't really advertise phones on how good they are at photographing your miniatures, but that is ultimately what I'm after. One that can take good photos of models up close.
Well, then you need the iPhone 12 Pro, mate.
Well, I'll probably be going for one of those or something similar.
The Google Pixel 5 is very good, though. I like it a lot. And it's quite affordable, £599. Obviously, that isn't affordable, but by smartphone prices, that is affordable. It's about half the price of
an iPhone, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. And we're not sponsored by Google Pixel either. I mean, look at all this lost revenue we've made and we've created today. You were plugging ExpressVPN earlier, and now I'm talking about Google Pixels. It's all wasted revenue opportunities.
Oh, I know. So have you actually had a chance to check out the app?
Oh yeah. So right, okay. So first things I want to say about the app, right? So it's happened twice now. In fact, it's happened twice now. So I'm going to assert that this is an ongoing problem that GW needs to solve. Books come out, and then they don't get immediately updated on the app, and that is bonkers. And that's for the subscribers, right? Oh, there's a question. What, are you thinking because I'm not I wasn't historically a subscriber?
Oh, no, because if you're... Oh, no, wait. Even if... I can't remember how it works. If you're a subscriber, you don't get access to all the rules. You still need to get a book to unlock that book's
correct
rules,
yeah
right?
so the way
regardless of whether you're a subscriber or not.
Correct, yeah. So new books need to be unlocked, right? And the thing is I purchased the Deathwing and the Deathwatch and Space Wolves books when they came out. I entered the codes and then they went, cool, it's unlocked. And then I went onto my app and I was like, I can't look at anything in Deathwatch or Space Wolves because they've not actually updated the listings to the new stuff. So all that's on there is the old stuff. But which is crazy because it's like, well, hang on. The USP of your business model is I buy your book, then I input your code, and then I can access my content in your app. But I do all of those things, and your app hasn't updated to include the stuff. And I don't understand what's going on with that. It's like, come on, guys. Like, seriously. If the Blood Angels Codex is on sale, as it was last week on Saturday, you need to update your app so as the thing is there, ready to go, as soon as someone buys that book.
I completely agree.
And that is mental that doesn't work. It's crazy. And that has happened now 3 times. Space Wolves, Deathwatch, and Blood Angels, all of them, have not been updated at the point of purchase. They get updated later in the week, but they don't, but that's mad. It's like, come on, guys. Like, seriously, like that is yet another reason why the app has kind of upset me up to this point. And then, here's the thing. In terms of the army builder, it's fine. I only mucked around with it literally for about 20 minutes before we started recording this podcast because it only just became a thing this afternoon. I've paid my subscription just to try it. It's all right. I mean, the functionality is okay. You get all the unit data sheets and stuff, and I haven't played around with it enough yet to find out whether or not it's got some niggles. I'm sure as time goes on, I'll have a better appraisal of what the situation is. But first impressions is like, yeah, cool, but it's not demonstrably better than Battlescribe to the extent that I feel like I need to get it, or even though I have got it presently. But equally, the other thing that's super weird about it is like, well, the thing that well, not super weird about it. It's just odd. It's sort of, again, it still feels like a really shallow offering, even with the army list builder in it. And I'm not sure. It's one of those things. I think the app is still needing to grow on me a bit at the moment. You know, the nicest change when you're a subscriber is that it doesn't ask you to become a subscriber every time you log on to the damn thing, which is a plus. Because when you're not a subscriber and you've just got content unlocked on it and that's all you were using it for, it is always like pestering you, going, "Hey, become a subscriber. Become a." I was like, no, I don't need to.
Well, that's got to be a bit annoying.
Oh, you always have to. So when you opened the app, you always had to go past the same screen, which was, hey. You had like 3 options at the bottom, which was like create account, log in, subscribe, or just like carry on regardless. Like you literally, and the funniest thing is like they use all this like really rubbish like psychology that they do in like web design, which you'll know a lot about, Phil. So like the 2 good options, i.e. give us money or give Games Workshop money, are in nice, lavish, decorated boxes with like, nice fonts and stuff. And the option to just click through is like hidden in small text below both of them.
Oh, well, that's not very good.
Oh, it's all sorts of like underhanded tactics in terms of like what they do to try and like, maneuver you into using like the paid for version. So yeah, it's pretty funny. But that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, again, it's the usual psychology that people try to deploy in order to sell you things, and obviously Games Workshop is no different from anyone else in that regard. But yeah, I mean, it's all right. I mean, all I can say about the app at this precise moment in time is it's all right. I mean, it's it's fine. But yeah, there you go. So it's all right. Here's the long and short of it. Anyway, there you go. So that's that whole side of things. Other things to talk about. I don't know, Phil. I mean, are you hyped about the fact that you can now Battle Forge?
What is? Oh, you mean the army builder?
Yeah. Oh, of course you can't because you haven't got a phone.
Well, no, I haven't got. I mean, if and when I do get a phone that can run it, I will get it to try it out and see if it's any good. I like the fact that obviously in the bits that you can see that you can get pictures alongside your models. I think that's quite useful.
Not in all cases.
Oh, okay, but at least
none of the Forge World stuff has pictures yet.
Well, I was going to say in more cases than the Forge World Compendium, because that has none. Ha ha. It'd be interesting to see how good it is, how quick it is, how user friendly it is. I think we can say that Joe's used it today and was raving about how good it was. But I think mainly because it's tied straight into the rules and stratagems. So when you're looking at units, you can see the combos a bit better. Yeah. So that's all cool. I mean,
it does feel like when you've got it as a gaming aid, when you're a subscriber for it, I imagine it's going to become much more versatile and much more helpful than Battlescribe is by extension of what Games Workshop are able to do with it. And I do believe that this is a few updates away from being a really valuable and very strong service for gamers.
Yeah, because at the moment it is in a beta, so you can submit your feedback. Hopefully, it can be molded and shaped into a slightly better thing. I mean, it's sort of a long time coming since the release of the app, which was at the start of 9th edition, which was 4 months ago now or something.
4 or 5 months ago, yeah, it was back in June, July, wasn't it?
Yeah, but better late than never. It will just be interesting to see how it grows and what other functionality you get in there going forwards.
Yeah, totally.
But now it's finally ticked the bare minimum of what you want the app to do. Is it worth subscribing for the army builder alone? Because that's really what you're getting out of it. I don't know. I think if it was a subscription for the army builder plus all the rules from all the codexes, then great. And if you're not a subscriber, you don't get the army builder or you do get the army builder, but it's limited to the codexes that you buy and use the code for. Like, I think then it's people that don't want to subscribe can still get something out of it, and people that do want to subscribe suddenly get every codex for free, which is sort of how it started off with all the 8th edition stuff. I think that would be a better way of doing it than their current one of subscribe plus buy all the books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, I think they're a few months away from it being great, but at the moment, it is what it is. It's a beta, right? I paid to start using it because I kind of felt like I should, just to see what it's about, so as I could have an opinion on it. But other than that, it's like literally like this is literally it. But like, I've used it for 20 minutes. It's fine. I prefer Battlescribe because Battlescribe, in terms of building an army, is like it's just a rhythm, right? And like Battlescribe runs so smoothly on my phone, and it's literally just like blah blah blah. I know I know how to deal with Battlescribe. But the thing is, right, is that Battlescribe isn't moment to moment up to date. Like, I'm not sure yet. I need to check, but I think Battlescribe still maybe hasn't, or has only just got around to updating it to have all the new Forge World stuff in it.
I don't think it's got the Astra Militarum stuff, because I saw people complaining about that. But yeah, that's the thing. Those are all updated by individuals that have a different rate. Different people work on different factions. So, like I said, it's not all updated at the same time. It's probably inaccurate in places, but it sounds like it's as inaccurate as the Warhammer app, because that also has errors or bugs of some kind.
But the logic is, if Games Workshop can get better at updating these books to go day and date, that is then all of a sudden a desirable thing, because you can literally be like, cool, I can start playing, and then I can start, bookmarking my stratagems. I can start, if it becomes a really good gaming aid that you can, and if it starts to incorporate more functionality for, like, if you're using bigger devices. So if you're using like a tablet device, and all of a sudden you can have multiple tabs with, all your stuff in different places, that's where it gets interesting. Where all of a sudden you could have you could associate stratagems with units. So like you could have like a nice deck associated to each unit. So you could click on a unit, and then you could click on an expanded section that gives you every stratagem that is an option for that unit. All that kind of stuff, where you could create some interactivity where all of a sudden you've got those tools at your disposal. So when you click on your unit of intercessors, that they have access to transhuman physiology, for example, or they have access to Auspex scan, or whatever it happens to be. And then, because that is one of the things, and one of the things that was really interesting when earlier we were talking about earlier editions of the games. That's one of the things that earlier editions of the games didn't really require. It didn't really require you to have to remember 80 different stratagems or whatever it was. You didn't have to remember, so many rules. It was actually quite intuitive, whereas now it's not. So I think tools that enable that would be good to see if they ever happen. But we shall see, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So on the topic of the Black Library stuff, I mean, the Black Library stuff happened over the weekend. The only thing particularly of note from a 40k perspective is they published photos of yet another Primaris Lieutenant, only this one has a derpy face.
I think it was more of a haircut. And
I don't know, he had those weird kind of you remember the face on that model? It looks like the mutant child that comes out of the stomach of that guy in Total Recall.
Yes, okay, I'm imagining it. Okay.
Yeah. Quaid! Yeah,
that movie.
Yeah. Do you remember that?
Yes. Great movie.
But look at the face of that Ultramarine and tell me that you don't see the similarity.
Okay, yeah, maybe.
It totally looks like that. It looks like the mutant chest baby that tells the future from... What was the name of that guy?
Oh, God, I can't remember. But, yeah.
Mutants.
What I liked about his head, I was like, this is a perfect Black Templars, monk-style haircut. Wildly inappropriate for an Ultramarines character, but great for a Black Templars model.
Oh, absolutely. And again, right, obviously that head is going to be a separate apart, so you're going to very easily
Yeah.
head swap it, and then it's going to look
Yeah,
good.
I hope there's obviously a helmeted version as well. I'm sure there will be.
I'm sure there will be too, mate. And I think there will be the superior. Well, I don't think it's shipping with a helmeted version of it. I think based on all the photography that they put out on it so far, it appears that he only comes
Just with that one.
with his weird.
I mean, that might make sense because I think it's done to match the artwork of one of the covers from the books. A bit like when they did the Custodian and the Sisters of Silence model. They didn't come with alternative heads or anything like that. But people have done those head swaps as well.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, it's yet another Ultramarines character, and I can't remember if it was Richard or someone else, but it's the one chapter that doesn't need any more characters.
It was me. I was like, oh, well, yeah, me and Sean were saying it. I was like, well, it's good to see, they've not got that much support lately, have they? So it's good to see them getting some love. And then I think Sean responded with, yeah, they do really need it. So, which was quite a funny.
Yeah,
little...
I mean, if you could pick another chapter to get a character, that's something. But they obviously Ultramarines are their poster boys, so I get it. And then we went off on a tangent about why you don't see Fourth Company that much, which is what this character is based on. He's the Fourth Company captain, and it's like the color scheme of the trim for the companies, I think, is always really rubbish, and that they should just retcon it. Because you get these really ugly colour schemes. So Fourth Company is green on a blue body. And it's like, if you know anything about colour theory, green and blue kind of clash wildly. And quite often some of those company colours do that. And it's like, just change the whole company thing to not be rubbish trim colours on a certain coloured armour. Because then more people would play those colours. The only reason why I think people play First and Second Company, obviously they're the main ones as well, but they're the best looking colour combos for that particular armour.
The white trim is very cool on Ultramarines.
Yeah, the white trim's cool. The yellow trim's like old school or like gold. That's good. Yeah. Any other colour just doesn't really work very well because it's on blue. So red kind of clashes, green kind of clashes. So I think Sean was saying if it's like how Blood Angels and Dark Angels do it, it's slightly better because the way they organise their their companies is slightly different, and it doesn't use the trim colour.
I posted the comparison on our Messenger group, mate, so you can witness the facial comparison between Total Recall Baby Monster. And
oh my god!
Are you looking at it?
Yeah, no, I am. Yeah,
it's uncanny, isn't it? It's like the same. It's the same person.
You know what? It's the same mouth and like mouth and nose, the weird like cheek lines, the jowls, I guess.
Yeah. It's like the same
and
thing.
And even the wrinkly forehead. Oh my god, yeah. I mean, the hair's slightly different.
Well, the hair's totally different, but it is literally the Quaid baby.
God, Quaid, that's it.
Well, no, Quaid is the name of
Guy.
Yeah, the name of Schwarzenegger's character. But I can't remember the name of I couldn't remember the name of the. I literally searched a mutant chess baby Total Recall. And I was able to find...
Yeah. I mean, if that mutant chess baby isn't quintessential 40k, I don't know what is.
Well, exactly, right? Exactly. I mean, it's absolutely the way to go. But it's uncanny, right? The look.
For sure. The reason why I mentioned Black Library wasn't because of that model. It was actually because of the retconning of the Dark Imperium and the timeline for Warhammer 40k. It's all changed.
I can't believe it. Something so precious.
Well, do you remember at the beginning of this edition, we were talking about the Indomitus Crusade, but how at the end of, or even the beginning of 8th edition, they talk about the end of the Indomitus Crusade, and they talk about Guilliman sort of ending the crusade by disbanding the Grey Shields and sort of creating new chapters and taking them to like the Ultramar sector and fighting the Plague Wars, basically. And I think it's there's two stories. I think Guy Haley, I can't remember the author now, mentioned it on the Black Library stream, which is pretty much the only bit I've gotten up to because I've still not caught up on the whole of the Black Library stream. But he's talking about the first book was Dark Imperium, second one was Plague Wars. And that was effectively over 100 years in the future. Since the last sort of timeline jump before 8th edition, and now they've said it's only 12 years in the future, and that it's the end of the first part of the Indomitus Crusade, and that the Indomitus Crusade is still ongoing. And sort of the reason for that is they want to tie it in more with the Fire of Storm, like the new ongoing Warhammer 40k novella series that they've done, which is basically their equivalent of Horus Heresy. They want to tie it into there. They don't want it to be this is the definitive end of Indomitus. I think they sort of, as we said at the very beginning, like Indomitus was such a cool concept. Why did they skip over it? And they haven't. They've gone, well, actually, we're going to go back and do it with the Indomitus Crusade. But the elephant in the room was this bunch of stories that talked about it being at the end. So they kind of said, yeah, we've just changed it. And what they've done is they've updated the wording of some of the two original books that he did, Dark Imperium and Plague Wars. They've tweaked that slightly. So if you were to buy the new versions of the book, they're a bit more explicit about the timeline not being 100 years and it's only 12 years, and that you're in the middle of the campaign rather than at the end. And now all these characters from these books can now interact in the wider timeline that they're creating with all these other Black Library authors, because they're all doing stories like the Regent's Shadow. That's all at the beginning of the Indomitus Crusade. All these new 40k kind of campaigny-esque books are all going to tie in together. So that kind of makes it a bit more interesting. It's not like, they were off doing something years ago. It's now happening, as opposed to it's at the end.
Yeah.
So
no, I do understand that. Although I do feel like it's a bit of a cop out, or moreover, it's a bit more of a bit of a just general lack of vision at the start of the process, right? But again, it's inevitable.
Well, I mean, they wrote those. They started the Dark Imperium books 4 years ago, or whenever, or probably wrote them even before then, because they came out about 4 years ago. So yeah, I think it's quite good that I sort of admire the fact that they just said, yeah, we're just retconning it because it works better this way, and he's sort of admitting a bit of a balls up, or like I said, they didn't plan it that way in the future, like going forwards. But yeah, I don't mind it.
The thing is, how could they have? I mean, I think the thing is that we have to, as a community, be accepting of and understanding that things need to change, and that ultimately this process of refining and defining the future of the 40k universe and the stories that they're telling within it is a process, right? I mean, ultimately, so much changed between, the original sort of scribblings and stories about the Warhammer 40,000 universe, and subsequently what it became, like the early days where, Lehman Russ was the size of a regular human or something, or whatever it was, or he was a giant or whatever, and different characters in different places. I mean, they're exploring unexplored territory, and there was obviously a very strict and sensible setting that they had prior to the introduction of the Gathering Storm and all the events that they kind of created there. They certainly knew how to end the world that was, but they seemingly didn't know necessarily what they were going to do going forward. So it's only understandable that they have to go back and reevaluate and change and, mix it up, as it were. So yeah, I mean, look, I don't totally despise the fact that they've done it. I don't even necessarily feel that strongly about it. It's just funny, isn't it? Because again, it's something interesting, I suppose, because it just sort of shows how much of a mad rush to the finish line the Primaris stuff must have been in some respects.
I mean, it makes me wonder if they obviously did the time jump with it. Here's the Indomitus Crusade to explain Primaris, and it's over and done with, so hence why everyone's got it already. But then when it came to writing the new edition, they're like, oh, cool, where do we go now? Like, rather than go, okay, we've sort of painted ourselves into a bit of a corner that we now need to then follow on, and it just means Marines are winning all of a sudden, because that's the next logical conclusion of Primaris are everywhere. And instead they're like, oh no, we're still struggling, and they're still being reinforced, and wind that clock that's nearing at midnight back a little bit more, because actually this is a really interesting story. This is a really interesting moment in time. Why skip over it? And I think even at the time back in 8th edition, we were like, why have they skipped over this? It's a really cool setting. It's a bit like with the Fall of Acadia. I've said it a billion times. Like, the fact that they just said, oh, it's destroyed. Yes, you can play some Echoes of War campaigns, but it's kind of happened, is like the biggest misstep of what could have been a really exciting campaign. That they could have done a whole book, like, you're fighting for the survival of Cadia. Everyone's there. Every faction got a reason to be there. A bit like Vigilus. And then,
oh god, Phil, you've started going down that road again, where you start talking about everyone's there and they've all got a purpose.
I mean, yeah, maybe Necrons wouldn't be there, but same with Vigilus. But if Cadia is such a big thing, everyone, at least all the Imperium, all the Chaos, they really would be there. Elder Harlequins maybe less so, but you could find reason. It's a big event. It's like a proper campaign event. And then book 2, boom, it's blown up. Like that. At least with a bit more of a build-up, that is far more exciting, as opposed to saying, oh, do you want to play it? It's kind of already happened. Because I remember so many people were like super psyched to play Fall of Cadia, but then it's like, oh, cool, it's just happened. Oh, okay.
Yeah. These things will occur, and did, as it were, but not really, because now it's all happening again. Ooh, the fun. But there you go. Good times. So technically, though, right, if they've gone back to the early onset of the Indomitus, does that not mean that Marnius Calgus should stop being Primaris?
Well, I guess I presume it's still after Vigilus.
Oh, I see. So where does Vigilus fit in these days?
I mean, I can't remember.
Because Vigilus is definitely after the Indomitus Crusade.
Well, yeah, I think it was. I think it was. So Vigilus happened
because the events of because that's the thing, isn't it? Because obviously you are right, because the stories that they told at the start of 8th edition were all about. So certainly the Dark Imperium stuff was all about. What was his name? Was it Captain Felix or something weird like that?
Yes, yeah, I think so. Felix.
Who was the first Primaris that got elevated? He got elevated to being a captain, but then he also got put on this council of like elders or something that led the Ultramar segment.
The name of it, yes, but like protectors or something.
Yeah. But that all happened definitely after the Indomitus. That wasn't part of the Indomitus Crusade because Captain Felix would talk about his experiences fighting alongside Guilliman in the Indomitus Crusade.
Yes. So what they've done now is they basically said that was the first 12 years of the Indomitus campaign that he would have fought in. This is the winding down of that phase of the Indomitus campaign for that Crusade fleet. So he then obviously doesn't become a Grey Shield and then gets elevated to this new rank. But that's still, we've still got lots of time for the Indomitus Crusade to happen. So all of that stuff happened, rather than it being 100 years in the future, it's now just 12 years since the launch of the Indomitus Crusade. So at that point, I think Calgar at some point was in Ultramar. He then gets sent to Vigilus, while I think Guilliman's dealing with the Plague War down in...
Well, doesn't Guilliman at some point get, captured again in the original story by Fulgrim?
Oh no! That I think when he got captured, that was when he got resurrected and they were racing back to Terra. So I think
there was a sequence in the Indomitus Crusade where he got nabbed again by someone. I don't know if it was Fulgrim, but it was somebody.
Oh, I can't remember now.
He had a fight on the moon with someone or something
He fought Magnus on the moon as part of racing back to Terra, which was the Gathering Storm.
Anyway, who cares? It's all a bunch of funny old made-up stories, isn't it? It's fine. Whatever.
Yeah,
Like,
I think what you might be thinking of is at the beginning of the Dark Imperium is a flashback to when he's fighting Fulgrim.
Oh, yeah, no, I know that bit, but I think there was definitely something that... I seem to recall there was a story where... Because there's a story where Khorne berserkers are charging the gates of terror and stuff, right?
I don't think it's Khorne berserkers, but there's demons attacking Terra. That's part of Regent's Shadow.
Yeah. Anyway, point is that everything that you thought you knew about the new setting for 40k has become irrelevant, or not irrelevant. It's just getting really ham-fistedly wrapped up into something new. So sort of, skim around the details, much as I just did in my explanation of much of this situation, and you'll be fine.
Well, because you remember how we were saying, in fact, they completely contradicted what we used to say, which was like, why are all these Astra Militarum characters still alive? It's 100 years in the future. They should all be dead. And it's like, actually, now they're just 12 years older. So everyone should still be alive. So actually, they kind of clearly listened to this podcast, thought these guys have a point. Let's fix it. And they have.
So yeah, that's the end of the show, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed it. We certainly did. Thank you very much, Phil, for your wonderful contributions.
Thank you very much.
You did a fabulous job. Even if Joe wasn't here, the dirty rapscallion.
Exactly. Too busy having his sea babies.
Exactly. The monstrosity that he is. But anyway, that's the end of the show, guys. We hope you enjoyed it. Thank you very much as always. Cheers. Goodbye. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
I think we could start off by just playing with ourselves, and then and then
like so many people, yeah, absolutely. You got to learn somehow.
And then we can invite friends over. We could play with our friends.
Play back to back.
Yeah, and then we can get all voyeuristic and invite strangers around.
Exactly. We could go out to the clubs and try and find someone to bring home with us.
We could get a whole bunch of tables, put our keys in a giant fishbowl.
Oh yeah.
And it's that way.
Amazing. Well, there we go. I'm glad we clarified all of that.